You know, it would help if I remembered to plug my mic in. That'd be great. Good God. I just like I hit the button. I didn't have everything set up and I hit the button. I don't know what I'm doing with myself. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna hang on a minute. There we go. Had too many tabs open again. Anyway, give me just 1 second and we will get the show on the road. I didn't really. Okay, so my original plan, as the game loads up in the background and you can't see it, let me tab over. Let me tab over, and then I'm just gonna skip ahead here. How's the mic setting? Because I always end up screwing around with this a bit more than I should. I'm a little quiet. I'm gonna turn myself up. There we go. Yeah, perfect, perfect. Okay, yeah, I'm operating on a bit of a delay. So, I actually only did chapters 4 and 5 of part 1 this time, but we're still on chapter 6. I did most of the base prep stuff. I would like to do... It's going to be a bit of a... This is going to be a bit of a marathon, because I would like to get up to and through chapter 8 this time. I don't have anything else going on. I know. This is like the last stream that I'm doing before MagFest, but I'll level with you. I always do this. I always stream at the last possible second right before MagFest because it's tradition that I procrastinate on conventions and other stuff like that. I don't know why I do this, but I always do this. Anyway, yeah, I did all the base prep stuff last time. I did talk about, Toronto, Jill, and Zahar when they joined up. I do plan on using all 3 of these guys. I like all 3 of these guys. I talked about them a bit extensively last time, but it's better if we just show them in action rather than, like, waffle around on the... Did I dole out XP? I think I did. Nolan, I don't think I really need to give him any. And I think, yeah, Aaron's gonna... I did Aaron. I think I'll do Micaiah as well, just because I can. And I've got a lot here, because I've been doing fairly well, all things considered, on the bonus XP front. This next map is... This is the semi-infamous two-part mission, but it's honestly, like, I have theories about this mission, but I'll get into my crackpot ideas once we actually get out there. A small troop approaches from the east. It appears to be the Dayan Liberation Army. I thought it was the Dawn Brigade. What happened to that name? Blissfully ignorant of the trap that awaits them. I pity them, really. Okay, Laverton, that's the guy's name. We'll get to him in a minute. The first platoon assume their battle positions. Shall we deploy too? Kind of you to offer, Lady Fiona, but the first platoon will suffice here. This is really none of Marinel's business. I see. In that case, we'll use this opportunity to observe the Empire's army at work. Oh, you'll get to watch and learn, alright. Anyway, zooming out here for a second, I guess the purpose, or I guess kind of the theme of this chapter is that, at least in my experience, the initial grouping is... First off, this is the first chapter where I'm going to actually swap around the units that I'm deploying in. This is around the point where I start benching people. Namely, Meg, I'm sorry, you're a liability. At this point. Like I said, I needed Meg on the last map just because of the defensive posturing that I had to do, and just, like, blocking off cliffs is something that, like, anybody can do, and just enabling box strats and other bullshit. That was handy, but... This is a chapter where, honestly, like, even having Leonardo or Ileana might be a bit of a liability, but I'm gonna bring them along anyway, because this chapter is a lot... The way that I usually end up playing it is, it's a lot less of a... Eddie, you're gonna have to be in... I think I want Edward up front first, and then Zahar to swap in for him. I'll get to my story with these two in a bit, but... The way I generally play this map out is, this is a two-part map because the rest of it is behind this gate. You can kind of see, like, the ballista and stuff up there. But this map, I generally end up turtling pretty hard, and then the second part of this map is much more of a blitz. The main thing is that, the reason that I end up turtling on this map is that along all of these cliffs, we end up getting a ton of Pegasus Knights that just end up jumping on our position turn after turn, and if you initially hang out in the starting location, it becomes a lot easier to deal with them. I do have to, at the very least, probably position my actual tanky units pretty carefully here in order to prevent them from actually going for some of my switchier targets like Laura. Laura's actually the #1 target that I'm the most worried about, and if I remember right, nobody that joined has the Savior skill of memory, so it gives a hard renewal. Yeah, nobody has the Savior skill. If Tyranio had the Savior skill, I would just have him rescue Laura and then unequip his weapons and then basically have him act as a decoy, but he doesn't. In fact, unequipping his weapons is probably a good idea, but... the reason, and I did this last stream, but I'm going to reiterate, I gave him a Bronze Lance on this map. He will pretty much, if you have him use his Silver Lance or his Javelin, he will pretty much one-shot everything on this map and get, like, I think it's literally 1 experience point, because he's miles ahead of everybody else at this point. But because his defense is so high, he's got 21 defense, and, like, this unit, for instance, this unit is 25 attack. They will barely scratch him. And there's also a couple of other units, like, this guy has 22 attack. He'll do 1 damage. So, honestly, even if these guys hit, they're going to do very little damage. So having him unequip his weapons and just act as a decoy is pretty viable, but a Bronze Lance typically I've noticed will result in, if a unit attacks him, he will leave them with 1 hit point, which is easy pickings for anybody that I need to get kills with, like Micaiah or Aaron or Jill now. Jill in particular, I really need to prioritize getting her up to speed. Her stat, I mentioned it before, her base stats are alright, but... And I did give her the old Radish Axe here, but it's really a story of making sure that I get good level ups on her early. Okay, so one last thing, I'm not going to waffle for too long because, like I said, everybody but Meg is coming along, even though if I end up losing people, then I will probably just end up benching them, provided their name is not Laura. Anyway, in terms of stat up items here, I've been hoarding these for a little bit, and honestly, I kind of... Half of me wants to save them for a little bit longer and use these as, like, in case of emergency, aka bad level ups, break glass type items. And the other part of me is like, no, use them or lose them right now. Because, what is your defense anyway? 13. I think the Draco Shield is probably a good item to give to Jill. I already gave her the Serapro because, like I mentioned last time, 24 HP is just not good enough to really withstand a lot of hits, but yeah, I think this is a good call. Wyvern Knights are already pretty tanky, or Draco Knights, excuse me, and this is just going to really add to Jill's durability factor, which is going to make her a lot easier to train up. So let's go ahead and give it to her, because yes, I could give this to a unit like Edward, but like, this already makes... Jill is already, like, right at the cusp of being absolutely cracked, and this is just gonna get her over that hump. Albeit artificially. I'm gonna save the energy drop for a little bit, because Jill also has the potential to get straight screwed, but like I've been mentioning multiple times, so does Nolan, and while Nolan's hardly straight screwed now, that might be a problem later, so anyway, let's get into it. Okay, so there's a couple things I gotta watch out for here, and I think how I'm gonna handle this is these cliffs provide a really good cover spot, but I'm gonna want to make sure that I forget what tiles the Pegasus Knights spawn from, but I think I'm gonna put Jill up here so that she can, you know, take care of one. I think they spawn from these tiles first. But I want Jill to be in a position where she can just bushwhack one of them and then retreat if she has to, or stay up there. Unless I need her to, like, block something. Aaron can go... I think I'm gonna put Nolan in the most exposed position to start. That Steel Axe is gonna break, but I'm honestly okay with that. And then I'm gonna make sure that if Aaron does get countered at 1 range, or 2 range, he can counter with his Javelin. Eddie, you just gotta hold on for dear life, and we just have to maximize your avoid as much as possible. We'll try to do a bit of a contained strategy where I just want to assume kind of a box formation. And then we might advance up to this position, or we'll stay at our starting spot. Just to make sure everybody has a chance to really go for it. I'm tempted to move... I can move Tyranio up here for the time being, and then kind of move him as needed to act as a decoy, like I was saying. Or just delete a unit, because he will, as showcased last time, absolutely do that. Soph can kind of do the same thing. His job is mainly to prevent squishier targets from getting attacked. Same goes for Volog. I think I'm just going to end turn right here. Yeah. I'm not going to go for the turn bonus on this map because, like I said, I think dispatching all of the reinforcements is going to be a lot more important. That is a mage. Forgot to note that. I might need Jill to move over to assist on that front. Or I could just have Tyranio kill that mage, which might be faster. Nice level up, Aaron, goodness. That's where you get your money's worth out of your bonus XP, is because that was a lot more worth it than just doing that. You're gonna attack Eddie, but he isn't. We do have our supports in range, so. Yeah. I just need to make sure that Edward doesn't take another hit here, and I don't think he will. Okay, there are the Pegasus Knights. There are those two mages. That is a kind of an awkward angle. I thought that or this is kind of an awkward entrance, because they just show up out of the bushes, which is really funny. And yeah, this is kind of a classic example of Radiant Dawn putting out lit cigarettes on your arm. You get Jill, who's really good, and all of the mages have Thundertones, just in time for you to actually be able to control her. Anyway, yeah, the Pegasus Knights are really damn annoying, but they are weighed down pretty heavily by these Steel Lances, so they can't attack this turn, but if I can bait them into a position where, like, if I can use Soth, I think, to bait one of them into coming here, that means I can dispatch them pretty easily with kind of my B-team units, so I think I'm gonna do that. Edward needs to get healed, but so does Aaron, admittedly, and I cannot target. I can't target you down, so I think I'll just make sure Jill stays out of this guy's attack range. In terms of units to worry about, this Archer's annoying. This guy drops his Steel Sword, which is pretty handy. This is the guy I have to worry about, because this guy is actually capable of doing a number on Tyrannia because of this hammer. An axe for use against well-protected foes, it is especially effective against heavily armored knights. It's a pretty good weapon, all things considered. I'm glad that we get it, and this might be one of the only hammers I get in the entire game. I think it's the only one the game gives you outside of, like, bargain shops. But anyway. We get to showcase the unbridled strength of the Radish Axe here, as soon as I figure out how I want to take care of this. So, this Archer's a problem, and I don't think these guys can... Yeah, these guys are going to be stuck in traffic over here. So I think what I can do is move every... I know I said I was going to turtle, but this is one time that I might actually want to be a bit more aggressive about things. Just because I want to see if I can get somebody to deal with... Okay, Vala can kill this guy. He can also kill this soldier, but he's a much lower priority. I might throw Volag into this thicket and just have him soak shots, which might be a good use of my time. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. So it's already baiting over the Pegasus Knight, so... What I can do instead is Tyrannia goes here, Laura heals Aaron, and then Aaron moves up. In fact, I think I'm gonna... I don't think Tyrannia needs to have the defensive cover. You can have you deal with this guy too, or leave him on 1 HP, which will cause him to head for the hills. Makai is probably most effective taking care of that guy, so... Leonardo could also probably do it, because these guys don't have very high defense. Oh, wow, okay. One off lethal, count it. Even though I'm not playing Darkest Dungeon, so that doesn't make any sense why I would say that. Yeah, you can take care of one of these two guys. I can't have you kill off this Thunder Mage, which is problematic, but he's maybe not the most important threat, and I think if I kill this guy, then with pretty much anybody, then can free that up. The Steel Axe, Mr. Steel Axe Man is a little bit worrisome, especially since I am one-off lethal every single goddamn time. What about Zahar? I think that probably, yeah, like I said, I just need to thin these guys out and then get into a defensive posturing where I can, like, hopefully deal with these guys in subsequent turns. I have the tools to actually take care of a lot of things here. It's just a matter of, like, when or how, rather than who, if that makes sense. But I think using Volo to kill this guy is probably the best thing. You might have noticed that the Dawn Brigade now has a new theme. You're gonna hear that a lot. Like, a lot. That opening, like, few beats is just, like... it gets drilled into your brain after a while, which is moderately annoying. Can I have you wind edge this guy? I can, but... I think Micaiah getting this is probably a bit more beneficial to me personally. Ileana can also do it. Still don't know what I want Jill to be used for. This is... having her go up and deal with all of these guys is tempting, but I'm not sure if she can survive the assault. Yeah, she has weapon triangle advantage on 2 of these guys, and the biorhythm's really helping me here. 8, 16... That's... okay, yeah, the hammer has shitty hit rate if it's not being used by Nolan, but the 11 is... so that's 27. And if I kill you, I could actually just have her sit up here and delay these guys for longer, but I might need her to do something else. Because like I said, those guys aren't a threat this turn, but I'm going to need to pivot and probably move up into that corner. Or at least make sure that that corner is secure. So you can take care of this guy, which I think might be the best use of your time. It would be rather fitting if Zahar just picked up the scraps here from what Eddie was dealing with, but at the same time, I might want him to do something else. Might. Being the key word. Well, since this guy left Nolan alive, we're gonna show him the arrows ways, I think? No, this is a guaranteed hit. I'm gonna do this instead. Gotta get those kills where I can. What the... okay, defense and strength? Neat. Didn't expect that. Anyway, yeah, now we have a actually, we don't really have a problem, because this guy would probably attack Edward anyway, because he has exactly 1 resistance. I could maybe even bait this out if I... yeah, because you only have 14 attack, and Laura has very high resistance, so... if this guy's the only indirect target left alive, then I could probably just have him... I could probably bait him into attacking Edward, and then Edward uses a vulnerary to heal back up, or Aaron does, actually. Aaron can move here and use a vulnerary, and then... yeah, I can have Jill come in and do this. Because that puts her into a better spot to... actually, I think... what's your range here? Okay. I think I want you here, actually. Let's go ahead and do that. Might have noticed it too, that mounted units like Jill will actually charge in when they're fighting. It hasn't really been showcased just because... okay, just kidding. Just need to check my phone or something, but yeah. Mounted units, if they're going on the attack, will actually charge in, which is really cool. It's a neat feature that I don't think any other Fire Emblem game does. Like, Path of Radiance sure as hell didn't do it. They tried a lot of things, and honestly, a lot of it I would say is actually pretty cool, but anyway. Yeah, so you have 15 res, Laura has 12, so can probably do something like this, because I have ways of dealing with Mr. Steelaxe Man here, and I need Aaron in basically a better position to deal with some of the units that I'm going to be dealing with this turn, so, or on enemy phase. That's a tree. Obviously, but... gonna maybe showcase the Bronze Lance strat here, we'll see. Steel Sword? Oh, yeah. Witness a Sword Master in action. Complete with an unnecessary added proc. So Sahar doesn't get a lot of XP from enemies right now, but that'll change. That'll actually change a bit faster than you might think. Oh, okay, that's not what I didn't expect that tile to be completely obstructed now, but okay, yeah. You also have a Steel Lance. These guys actually, the more I think about it, these guys really resemble, God, I'm trying to think. Yeah, they resemble the Pegasus Knight reinforcements on that one map from Epi 7. The pirate ship map. Now that I think about it. Anyway, I think I'm gonna need units here, so I'm gonna put Ileana there, and we're gonna kind of assume a bit of a checkerboard formation. Aaron would be very good against these Armor Knights, so I'm probably gonna have him and Zahar pivot to assist over there. Oh, you're going for Nolan, okay. That's fine, he can take hits like a champ. You are going for Aaron, that's also good. Yeah, only 4 damage. This is where the tanking potential of some of my units really starts to come into play. You're gonna go for Soap, and Leo is in position to just knock this lady out of the sky. Provided Soap doesn't double, which, you know, he does, because he's just that fast. Okay, I got the order completely wrong. I thought that the Pegasus Knights showed up back here first, but yeah, this turn we're gonna turtle a little bit because a lot of the units, including these mages, don't actually do anything until you get into range. They just kind of show up and do nothing, which is a bit uncharacteristic. But yeah, moving into here in particular, I remember being very dangerous, just because there's a very good likelihood that we would get answered. I'm gonna have Aaron move to this thicket, because he would be I think he's very well equipped to deal with these Armor Knights. He doesn't double. His speed is, I think, a little bit too low. Yeah, it's 12 to the 10, and he doesn't get weighed down by Steel Lances, but I think he's just short. Yeah, he's just short of having enough speed, which is annoying, but I can deal with it. Jill eats lassies like this for lunch, so we're just gonna go and do this, and showcase another fun thing I love about this game. Yep, the combat's actually in the sky. Really nice detail. Anyway, I think I will have her go, like, right here, I think? Who do I want in this position? Nolan's better up here. Tarani, like, could actually pivot over here and then do that whole Bronze Lance thing I was talking about. If I keep Jill over here, I have to kill the Thunder Mage, because he's too dangerous to be left alive, but... that is an effective way to use that Steel Axe. Yeah, go for it. I know that Nolan's probably better off killing the soldier, but why not? Bon voyage, Mr. Steelax. Anyway, let's get that Bronze Lance strategy online here. Anyway, you can take the hits, old boy. Let's have you do it. Oh, crap, I forgot about the hammer. That might be okay, honestly. You know what? It's okay. It's okay, because we're just gonna have Vala block this tile instead. Can you... yeah, actually, that might be pretty good. That'd be really good, actually. Why don't you do that? Because you don't crit, and this leaves this guy at 9 HP, so that's perfectly fine. I could probably use Micaiah's sacrifice to good effect here as well. I need to be mindful of this archer, though, because if he moves here, Micaiah's pretty much dead. And I can't shove with Aaron, so... Aaron might just have to be a big boy and deal with it. Or I could... What's your con again? 5. And Edwards is 7, and Zahark's I know is like, yeah. Oh, okay, so I can rescue Shane if I need to. Which I don't, but... No. I have way too many units in precarious positions here. That's a tough sell. That's a pretty tough sell. But I don't have units approaching my position this turn. It's mainly this group that I have to deal with. You can't, but... Zaharker, I think Leonardo can, but he's too far away. Sure, why not? Get some chip in. At least where it makes sense. Leonardo's days are admittedly a little bit numbered. But trying to think about how to maximize EXP, and yeah, this makes the most sense. At least as far as level ups are concerned, I have no idea what it would do with Ileana long term. There's enough EXP to go around, even though these guys aren't exactly that tough, at least at the start. Pretty good level up, though, even though she didn't get that strength throw, which I would have liked. Not wrong game, thank you. Got a little... I always get a little bit jittery whenever I see the game take a little while to load something. Anyway, let's make sure Soth kind of sticks with the group here, because I might need him to deal with one or more threats. A bad life choice. Although this guy doesn't have anywhere else to go. What might be annoying is all these guys go for Balog instead of Aaron. Thanks for the steel sword. Because that guy's going to be blocked off, and then the hammer guy might also attack Balog, which would be annoying, but... Whew, nice. Okay, that puts... Aaron gets that kill next turn, no problem. Yeah, I figured that would happen. That's okay. Oh, you don't even... Yeah, God, you don't even come close to hitting him. Ow. Yeah, the archers are always the biggest problem, because they do a stupid amount of damage for this early. These guys, I think... There's the reinforcements from the back. That's what I was worried about, and you, I can't deal with. I actually can't. Oh, no, I can. I can't deal with both of these guys, but I can position all of my weak units right along this ledge. And if these tiles are blocked, then I can kind of use the terrain to my advantage here. But it's these three, I think, are the most susceptible to getting caught out. And thankfully, I have a 3-tile-wide gap here that I can exploit. I could take advantage of Ileana's Shade still. And I think Nolan's in a good position to deal with probably both of these guys, if I had to guess. Because, yeah, if I move Nolan to this tile, or even this tile, because that's in range of this guy, so maybe not. I might move him one tile forward, and then he can kill both Pegasus Knights on enemy phase. But I might need him to pull back, just because I don't know where this one guy is going to go. The Javelin guy has to go down instead. He is too dangerous to be left alive. Which I've been saying about a lot of units lately. We do get more aerial combat, though, so that's always fun. I can't get Jill back down, which is annoying. Because, yeah, we still have to worry about you, and you're at present going to kill Laura, which is... You're left to 1 range, aren't you? Yes. Okay. So like I said, if we use these 3... If we just put people in these 3 tiles, and this archer's dead, we're set. To that end, it's probably best if... Well, yeah, this is an easy thing. This is an easy kill for Aaron, so we'll do this first. In fact, I'm fairly certain if I use my other units to the best extent, I can clear enough of a space for other people. Because I could even... If I get the right... No, I'm not gonna do that. Can I steal either of y'all's equipment? I cannot. But this tree gives me an idea. Well, if I put somebody near this tree, I have to block this tile as well, which is... Or this tile that Bollig is standing on, which I kind of don't want to do. I think, yeah, for this to work, I have to pull everybody back or around in some way. Yeah, Mr. Hammerman also might have to stay alive, which is not great, but it's something. Unless if I... So, I have 1, 2, 3 units that absolutely need to be protected. And then... You're gonna be too slow to actually double Ileana, and I think she actually survives 1 hit here. 5 defense to 18 attack, yes. She survives 1, and honestly with the Shade skill, she might not even get hit. So, there's that to think about. This is the one instance where, if I had that Iron Longbow that I could have bought earlier, I could have had Leonardo try and snipe this Pegasus Knight, which would have saved me a lot of headaches, but I don't. So... You are a priority target, so let's get rid of you. I could have used Zahart for that, but I think I need Zahart to block. Yeah, so... You go in here, buddy, and you're just gonna stay put. Zahart, I'm gonna have you... I'm gonna stick Ileana in this thicket, because I think that's the most safe spot for her on the map right now. Yeah, These 2 tiles are safe, but I think if I move Micaiah, the game's gonna get mad at me and try to get me to stop, but... If I wall off correctly here, I think it would be very hard to... No, I don't think I can do that. In fact, I might have actually made a mistake, because... Yeah, I might have made a mistake, because... Did I? No, I did not. Okay. So, that actually puts me in a really good spot, because... The one important thing is not to move Zahar, because if I do, then the Pegasus Knight, I think, can actually go onto this tile and attack Micaiah, which I don't want. I think... Yeah, ooh. Well, we'll see, because I can't really do anything else. I'm gonna take care of you, because I don't want to deal with a hammer hit on the head. Still haven't shown off that Bronze Lance, but we'll get to it in all due time. That's pretty typical. Like I said, Toronto gets the same amount of XP as Vola from every single kill. You are... That's what I expected you to do. Edward's got a bit more defense in the tank, so yeah, 10 damage. And he does not get doubled either, so... Oh, he doubles that? Well, yeah, that makes sense. Like I said, the Steel Lance weighs these guys down pretty heavily. Oh, you butthead. And now I gotta deal with these 2. Because I think... I want to say that we've got another wave of reinforcements that come from these 2 flanks, so I don't want to expose myself too much in this position, but at the same time, yeah. Jill takes care of this guy, Nolan takes care of, moves up to the tile that this unit's on and takes care of the next one, I think? Yes, that sounds about right. Once again, that Draco shield just doing the work. Because normally these attacks kind of suck. Taking him in stride, though, always good to see. None of you guys have stuff I can steal. And yeah, this is an unfortunate change from Path of Radiance, is that because priests actually equip their heal stats, I can't just yoink this thing. You I have to watch out for later. In fact, this whole cadre is pretty dangerous. Because I think even this guy moves to attack, and that might be a good showcase of something later. Oh my god, wait a minute. Hang on, Joel. Can I borrow that for a minute? Thank you. Even easier. Delicious. The power of vegetables. Or naming your weapons after vegetables. I swear it makes sense. Well, it makes sense in my head. And you are very much a easy pickings for anybody that I want to give kills to, which, yeah, I do have somebody that I would like to give this to. Because if he misses, Leonardo's getting this. Good. Good job. Alright, let's heal up and recuperate, because... I think, I could maybe bait this guy forward. I can't get Tyranio in the position I need him to, but we're just gonna roll with it, what we've got anyway. Last use of his heal staff, that's okay. Haven't used Zahart too much. I think I've gotten... Yeah, he's seen exactly one round of combat. But you know what? Honestly, I think I'm in a position where I've got a good position to fall back to in the event that those Pegasus Knights show up early. So we're just gonna do this. I'm gonna keep Tyranio back as a... And I guess also Edward I'm gonna keep back as a... I'm gonna keep Edward right where he's at. Same thing with Ileana, actually. Because I forget if we get more units coming at us from behind or not, but... Yeah, you're gonna take care of a problem. Could have given that kill to Aaron, but if I'm being perfectly honest, I don't care. And I... Oh. Oh no, that's the renewal skill. I was like, did heal hedges do that? I don't think they did. That's not how they work. I'm just gonna... Yeah, I forget what turn the rest of the Pegasus Knights show up. I think we're done? I'm gonna check it real quick. Hang on a sec. We're gonna use the most, we're gonna use the best intel I can find, which is... What the... That is not what I wanted at all. Okay. You can't see it, but I accidentally got the wrong Chapter 10. I'm gonna quickly go back to the main menu here and... Yeah, so... Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, so the reinforcements that I was worried about actually show up on this turn, so like I said, we're gonna use the opportunity to recuperate here and make sure that we can... What are you trying to find? I was looking at... Hey, X. I was looking at the reinforcements for this map because this is usually a map where I, at least for part 1, I turtle a little bit just to deal with the Pegasus Knights, and then for part 2, that's more of a blitz, which I mentioned at the top of the stream, but... Yeah. What's up? Not much. Mainly just procrastinating before... I fly out to, Washington, D.C. for MagFest on Wednesday, and I shouldn't be streaming, but I am anyway, because this is just what I do. This happened last year with Path of Radiance. It's like, oh, am I going to be going on a cross-country flight? Why don't I just, you know, let's just stream the big, giant-ass battle maps and also eat rock in Path of Radiance the day before. Why not? I assume you know what I'm talking about. I can bait these guys forward, and honestly, I think I'm in an okay position to do that. Who has the hammer again? I think... Yeah, Tirania does. What do you plan to do? Honestly, I can't even tell you off the top of my head. They sent out the schedule over the weekend, and I'm procrastinating so hard that, honestly, I didn't even plan things out. The two big things that I'm probably going to base a lot of my calendar around are... There is a Lotus Juice concert. He's like the main marquee guest. If you haven't heard of him, he did all of the rap. He did all of the rap portions of the soundtrack for Persona 3, as well as Reload. And also, I like to think of him as the voice, the internal monologue voice of Persona 3's protagonist, because basically any time that there is a theme that pertains to that character, he basically gets called up to spit bars, and it's honestly his best work, so I'm hoping he busts that stuff out. The other big one is the Runaway Guys Throne Controllers is, like, probably, like... I guess in MagFest's past it might have been the flagship event, but I'll probably be going to it anyway. It was a pretty big deal for me last year, because I actually got called up to compete, and I did okay, admittedly. I got a very easy question right off the bat related to Donkey Kong Country, and then I had to go up against a boss in Donkey Kong Country, and it was a good attempt, I guess. I was going in blind, so, like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Why did I put air in there? Anyway. Just have to maximize my Jill coverage, I guess. I'll put her here, because I honestly don't know where these reinforcements come from. I know that they're next turn, I just don't know when or where. But yeah, Throne Controllers is a good time. If I get called up again, that'd be funny, but I'm not counting on it. I kind of want some other folks to get called up instead, because I know some people that have attended Throne Controllers shows for years at different panels, and they've never gotten called up. You already healed? Okay. We'll keep everybody here for the time being. Yep, there are those Pegasus Knights. Let's get... You're somewhat close, but the biorhythm's just not doing, so I think it's probably gonna be better if I have Nolan draw these guys out instead. Whoop, nope, wrong trade target. But yeah, MagFest is a lot of fun. There's probably a bunch of other concerts that I just did not even mention that are really good. There's, of course, there's good stuff outside of the panels and concerts as well. There's a big section, there's a really good vendor hall, which usually has really good used game vendors. And, like, for instance, you could probably find a complete in-box copy of this game at a pretty reasonable price, I would say. Like, one of the used game vendors last year, I actually bought a brand new factory-sealed copy of Final Fantasy Tactics A2, which is really hard to find normally. I would have also liked to have gotten a copy of Wario's Woods that was in the same effect, but I got beaten to the punch on that. Who beat me to the punch? Some guy named Proton John. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's kind of a niche streamer, a bit of an acquired taste. He's pretty underground, if I'm being honest. I'm being sarcastic, I can tell. Anyway, Decoy? Decoy. No idea who that is. You're good, Exo, you're good. Yeah, he's a Canadian variety streamer. He's been around on the internet forever. He was actually part of the... God, he was part of, like, a big Kaizo Mario group, or he was one of the first people to stream a lot of, like, those Kaizo Mario ROM hacks, and got pretty popular by doing that, and now he's more popular for other things that I won't get into, because it gets... It's a bit like the... I might start... It might sound like I'm reading verses from the Necronomicon, so you're good. But yeah, being beaten to the punch by somebody you watched on YouTube as a kid, here's the good old Tyranio decoy strat that always comes in handy. And wow, okay, that worked really well. Yeah, but you're good for not knowing him. It's actually kind of refreshing for me, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest, but I'm getting ahead of myself. These two are pretty straight. Yeah. Mario Kaizo, similar to the Pokemon Kaizo. Kind of. Mario Kaizo is like, God, how do I describe this? It's a bit like, it requires a lot of advanced tech, or a lot of, like... That's awkward. I kind of expected to double this guy. This is probably where Leonardo earns his wings, if I'm being honest, but... Because, yeah, I can move you into this position, and then... Yeah. By Pokemon Kaizo, do you mean, like, Kaizo Ironmon and stuff like that? It's like custom-made Mario levels and other stuff that it has just really ratcheted up difficulty. So, in a sense, I guess they're similar. I haven't watched anyone do, like, a Kaizo Pokemon run in a while. Doing that type of thing's not really my cup of tea, even though I'm familiar enough with... Oh yeah, the difficulty hacks. It's a bit similar, but in my experience, what the hell, Jill? It's the first level up, too. All of one good stat, goodness. This is where Leonardo earns his keep, but... Yeah, Emerald's the big one. I've seen Fire Red as well. That one's pretty popular. Kaizo Emerald is the Kaizo Emerald stuff. That's the stuff that I would be pretty interested in. Yeah, this is where a Steel Bow might come in handy. Honestly, with the way that Tyranio's positioned, I think this is... Yeah, this is real easy. Aaron might not hit this, but that doesn't matter, because I put him in a... Nice job. Dink. Put him in a good position to help out, because I think these two were the last of the reinforcements, unless if two show up from up here, that could be a problem, but... Yeah, I think when we get close to this group at the... There's a big ambler spawn, but if we bushwhack these guys fast enough, we can stop the reinforcements from coming in. If this misses, I'm gonna look like a fool, but if I'm being perfectly honest, What's your close range? Okay, we're fine. Although if I'm being perfectly honest. All yours, buddy. Anyway, and then, if I remember right, I'm gonna want Soph to kind of... He might get targeted if I could put him here, but... Kinda don't care, he can help deal with some of these other units. Although I think I will keep him a bit out of range, just so... Yeah, I think I could put him right here. Yeah. Who needs to be here? You do. Everybody's pretty topped up at this point, so this is literally just me trying to do EXP farming. I don't even need to use lore to heal, and if I'm being honest, I kind of want to do that. Let's just keep everybody as is. This is just a steady advance. Really? Okay. Not what I expected. Usually the AI is dumb enough to go for characters with unequipped weapons, but I guess not. Aaron's got weapons triangle here, so... Yeah, even then, his defense is so good that it doesn't even matter. Come on, show me the double. Not yet. Okay, Fanny Chump kills you, and then I think Jill does a pretty good number on this guy. Yeah. You need to die regardless, and do you have the hammer or does Nolan have the hammer? I think I'm gonna do this first. Oh yeah, this is where this comes in handy. High skill unit? Easy. Have you played Smite? I'm familiar with it, but I was kind of a Dota fanboy back in the day, so that was my MOBA choice. Why do you ask? I say back in the day, I swear, this is gonna sound like I'm in an AA meeting, but I got clean in terms of, you know, MOBAs and stuff. I'm sober. I'm playing Fire Emblem. I'm sober. At least in MOBAs. Yeah. Oh, nice. How has it changed? Because I know they had some interesting, at least when I was into it. That was back when, at least when the game initially came out in, like, 2013, 2014, a bunch of pretty big YouTubers all got, like, sponsorship deals to play it, so we're just gonna... Do I even need to do that? I don't. Nice. Yeah. Wait, 2? I mean, they were overdue for a sequel, but yeah, like, Smite 1, I remember when that came out, there were a lot of sponsorship deals for it. Characters like Ymir, Geb, a couple of other units in the same, basically the same speed, so to speak. Okay, oh, thank God. I was not an idiot. That could have been very... If Jill was one down, that could have been very dumb, but... So Mark, why don't you do the heavy lifting here? Oh. Did not know that 2 was a thing. I thought it, like... I don't know why I thought it came out more recently. I guess... Let's fire themselves. Okay, we are gonna be tracking in a minute. There's something I need him to grab, but I'm not gonna be able to for a minute. Yeah. God, like, a new MOBA coming out in 2025 already feels kind of weird, just because, like, I don't know. The Flavor of the Month game feels like it's, Switch 2? Probably, yeah. The Switch 1 is... I mean, everybody has their wish list for stuff that they want. I think I don't know if this game needs, like, a full-on port, but interesting. I did not expect you to attack in melee range, but... I guess with the Wind Edge, he was dead no matter what, so, yeah. It depends on when it comes out, honestly. If it comes out closer to Christmas, I'm definitely picking it up, but... Okay, yeah. And the Pegasus Knights haven't shown up yet, because I think it's, like I said, it's this cadre of units that causes the Pegasus Knights to trigger, and they trigger from back here anyway. Show me... Bingo. That was the hit. That's probably the most important hidden item left, just because I want at least one of these. And I would like to not have to deal with getting into the shop. Now, I don't know why I triggered your range, but okay. Yeah, so we're good there. Yeah, my Switch 2 wish list, I think the new Mario Kart would be pretty fun. If I get a Switch 2 and it shows up earlier in the year than, like, Christmas time, then I'm probably going to stream a little bit of that, even though everybody that has the money or the resources to buy that... Excuse me? That... I want to fact-check that, because if they're doing an FE4 remake, I mean... Like, Sigurd is in Engage, so, like, they have a good precedent for that, but that would be very interesting. FE4, I think, is the most prone to remake material out of any of the Fire Emblem games. Like, of course I would want this one to be remade first, but if that gets picked, that's really good. That would be a day one purchase for me, and if I'm being real, I would probably stream it on here too. Yeah, I like you said, it's a rumor not confirmed at all. I don't know if I'd buy that, but if it is true, that's fucking rad. Like, I had other plans for stuff, like, my original intent when I got back into streaming was, I was gonna start with the Tellius Fire Emblem games and then go backwards, so, like, after I finish this, I would pivot into something else for a little bit, and then I would probably do Sacred Stones next. My logic with that being, this is... Yeah, okay. And, of course, the rumor mill is, for Switch 2, has just been, frankly, exhausting with how much stuff gets thrown out there. But, anyway, yeah, the important thing is that, like I said, if that is true, and that does happen, I'm just gonna jump straight to FE4 and buy it. And then we're gonna... Yep. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, for FE1, I actually have that limited release, translated version of FE1 that came out on Switch a while back. I boot up my Switch to show you, but kinda can't do that for obvious reasons. Anyway, you're probably gonna be... No, I might need you for something. I think what I might do is because Zahart takes care of this guy. Yeah. Anyway, I would like for it to be the next one, although, if I'm being perfectly honest from a commercial standpoint, the one that I kind of expected... Yeah, nice time to trigger that, Zahart. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, if I'm being perfectly honest, like, I always suspected that the Tellius or the... God, what's the continent from Fire Emblem 6 and 7? Ilib, I want to say? I suspected that those would get picked up first. Because, like, the big thing with FE6 is that, like, and FE6 and 7 is, like, FE6 has Roy and FE7 has, Lyn, who are, like... Lyn is, like, kind of an unofficial mascot for the franchise at this point, so... I suspect that anything that's she's involved with would get a lot of love, which... I like Lyn. It's okay if that happens, but... Yeah. It would be interesting if they went down that rabbit hole, but they haven't yet. Okay, so Mr. Killing Edge here... Ooh, can't get you in range quite yet. Tyranio's one tell too far away, although... You can shove him, right? Sure can, I think. I forget how the shoving rule works, but... Gonna need Aaron in a good spot. Gonna need Micaiah too. I'm actually gonna... Let's shove, because... Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is get everybody into this gap, and then we're going to... I might not be able to stop the Pegasus Knights, but I want to see if I can do that. Oh, right, I forgot about this. Leonardo, when this is all over, I'd like to learn some of your combat tricks. Hey, it's good to see you're alive. I'm sure you can keep this up. FE10 supports, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway. Yeah, but, like, I would like to see 1 and 3 at least get, like, a port job. I don't know if it's possible, because those are stuck on the DS. Well, I say stuck. That's a pretty good home for them, but... Yeah, and then... God, Echoes is weird to me, because it's probably one of my favorites, but I feel like the only reason 2 got remade into Echoes is because, at least the story that I heard is that, it's a game that the original, or that the project director really, really liked, because it was a game that he grew up playing with his dad, or something to that effect. Which is really sweet, but also... kind of unusual, and I think that might have had a big impact on it. I suspect that, like, even like this game, for instance, like, I don't know, I don't think I'm well-equipped to be, like, a project director for any Fire Emblem game, but, or at least I don't have the know-how in order to do that, but I kind of feel the same way that the director did about Gaiden, as... or with this game, I mean, words are hard. You know what I mean. Anyway, let's, I think this is the best position? Yeah, this tile's safe. I'm not gonna be able to stop the Pegasus Knights, but I can get everybody into a position where they can either rescue vulnerable targets or help kill the Pegasus Knights, and wow, Micaiah, good job. Yeah, that is... Those stats are really good, honestly. Pretty happy with that. I kinda wish Jill got a better level up. That was the only bad one that I've had, but... For utility, it's still pretty solid, so... Anyway, this is one of the reasons that I gave Tyranio a Bronze Lance, is that... Never mind. Sometimes he doesn't double and leaves targets with 1 HP, but... Yeah, thankfully he's not gonna... He's gonna leave these guys open, which might be a problem, if I'm being honest, because... Yeah, maybe I should have equipped him with a Javelin, because the Killing Edge guy was the biggest threat, but... These guys are also problematic. Because if I want to Fanny or Hammer these guys, I'm gonna have to... Oh, whoa, okay. So that's where they spawn. I thought they were... Alright, well, I misremembered. I thought they came from over there. God, these guys are really damn annoying, but... you guys have Javelins, and you have a Steel... Okay, maybe I did want these guys to spawn, because you dropped that thing. And... yeah, okay. So I think the best strategy is to... I could probably get Jill into a position where she can do a lot of good here. That, ooh, yeah. Ooh, my god. Biorhythm is not my friend there. That is a load of beat. That is a pain in my tushy, good lord. God, you had to have worse biorhythm right now. Oh. Ugh. Might need Tyranio to just delete this guy. Yeah, honestly, that might be my best bet, because I can... No, I can't put Micaiah here, because that's a little bit too dangerous. I'm not in a very vulnerable position right now if these two die, but... I think what I might do is... I might give Nolan the hammer, and then just have him do the work. I never did play New Mystery the Emblem, though, and oh yeah, this is... We are not going to be lacking. here shortly. Why don't... Yeah, you could do that, and then Aaron might be able to pick this up. Because he's a unit that I can throw into the fire and still feel okay about. Yeah. I never did play a lot of FE12, which is... Anytime I talk to folks about Fire Emblem back in university, that was always one of the ones where it was like, getting into that, or getting cracking on, like, getting a full playthrough of that done was, like, kind of a big deal. Yeah, perfect. Just because 12 is, like, it's actually really well made. It's also the first game to introduce the avatar concept, which is... Back then, it was just, like, a fun side thing, from what I remember, and then kind of became what it is after... Weapon Tribal matters that much? I mean, Nolan's gonna be fine, but maybe the Steel Axe is better. It kind of is. Could also be good to have Bullet in here. Yeah, honestly it is, because he's not very susceptible to taking a lot of damage. Plus, if I stun this guy, that'd be very handy. No Howl proc, but that's okay. Okay, and... Yeah, this back corner I think is pretty safe, so... I think it's better... I would rather take 10 damage on the chin and then have no lift. Or, actually, I would rather take 0 damage. I'm gonna need a crit here to avoid taking anything, but yeah, this is best handled by Zahar. Nice. This is why we save the Killing Edge. For situations like this. And also next map, because the next map is a lot more annoying. Mainly because I have to go pretty fast. This one, yeah, I'm on turn 13. I will probably finish it next turn, but... Yig. Not great, not great. You might be able to contribute. You definitely will be able to, even if that is a little bit dangerous to put you there. Anyway, I'm gonna see how well I can improvise here, at least in terms of getting units into the right spots. That position's a little bit annoying. Nice dodge. It'll be easy for Aaron to get that kill next turn. I think most of these Pegasus Knights might just die to Vola because he does double them, yeah. I'm okay with that. There's still a lot of XP to go around, especially on the next... Excuse me. Especially on the next map. You're going to roll in there, and your hit rate sucks. That unit is probably the most annoying to deal with. Yeah, because you're gonna back into a corner and you have a javelin, and it's just it's all really annoying. Now you always want to take shots with. Yeah, that's pretty okay. I feel like here the best strategy is to just use the units that I have and just like kind of advance everybody forward towards the gate. Because I want to use units that are in the backfield here first. That way their turns aren't wasted. Plus, this is a pretty good hit, and, you know, it would be nice to use Leonardo for the purpose that I... Don't double. Oh my god. I forgot that that guy had a javelin. That could have been a disaster. I don't know if I'd reset at this point, but... Yeah, thanks for having low strength, my guy, because I think the math barely worked out in my favor there. I just don't get punished. I've said it time and time again, I just don't get punished when I play this. Or at least when if I don't intend to play recklessly, I don't get punished. And of course, now that I said that, I absolutely will. Mainly because... Jill, how are you faring? Nice, okay. Even with the bad biorhythm, the odds are so in my favor here. I would like to see her get a crit at some point, but what can you do? So, this is easy pickings for anybody. Nolan's probably best served trying to bonk this guy in the head. Yes, sir. Another level up, always nice to see. Perfectly fine. Again, an extra point of strength would be good, because I think if he gets 18 strength, he starts one-shotting people. He's very close already. This should work out okay, but if not, I've got units in position that can help. And I don't need them to, good job. And we get the Steel Lance in his inventory, so we are not going to be lacking. Edward, you're probably best served taking care of this guy. Yeah, Pegasus Knights have such low strength that it doesn't even matter here. Just do that. I mentioned it at the top a little bit of the stream, but I don't know what my long-term plans are for Edward. Like, he's gotten pretty alright level ups, but honestly, I'm very tempted to just start using Zahark instead at a later point. Not now, obviously, because Zahark doesn't get the most out of EXP, but... So, can you? You cannot, so... Do you want to get eaten by wolves, or... There's like no good. This poor man is always the last to go. Because he's the lowest priority target. In a perfect world, I'd have a... I don't know who gets the most out of this. And honestly, I don't even think it matters. They don't pay you to take that Bronze Lance home, Geronimo. Come on, step it up. Shockingly enough, the Geneva Convention doesn't exist in Fire Emblem. Anyway, so, what do we have here? Yep, now we are on stage 2, audible gasp. We're just right into it, and as always, that goes without saying. I don't know if I want Leonardo for this map either. His main utility was probably better served on the last map where he almost died, rather somewhat comedically. Anyway. I think I need Jill right up here. Zahark can take care of this, usually. The way I play this is that Zahark takes care of this guy on the first turn, and then I need my best units as far forward as humanly possible, because this guy has to die on turn 1. That goes without saying. If this guy doesn't die, Laura, or worse, Micaiah dies, and that's game over. Anyway, in terms of items, well, this can go away. That's fine. I'm gonna convoy this too, mainly because I don't need that. Still need Eddie here just to help with the damage output, because... You don't need the Steel Lance right now, so let's just have you do that. And then the 2 Javelins is okay. Your weapons are fine. That's a spot that's better than anything. Yeah. So I'm going to need to take care of all 4 of these guys on the first turn, and then probably have units in a position where they can block these Cavaliers. Because this map is very, very, very heavily focused. This is, I think, the first time they actually throw Cavaliers, or, excuse me, Knights at you in the game. And this is a very, very gnarly first encounter with them, just because there are so many. And then we've got these guys, which I'll get to you in a minute. These guys, you might notice, they have a separate affinity, the Maraudin Army. And does Fiona even come with... She doesn't have any leadership stones. Yeah, they're... Stat-wise, they're not very good, at least compared to, like, the boss and his cronies. So, we already have that problem. And then you couple that with... We'll get to Labyrinth in a second. You couple that with the main gimmick of this chapter, and things get a little awkward. Labyrinth's, well, he's a cut above Burton. That's for sure. And killing him is the priority, so that's what I kind of meant when I said this chapter's a bit of a blitz. Because killing him ends the chapter, and honestly, it's more preferable to just blitz this, because there's 2 routes we can go about this. We can go across this bridge and just deal with basically the Mongolian horde that's kind of situated here, and then we also have to deal with this ballista, which sucks. Or we can go this way. And if I'm being perfectly honest, going the counterclockwise direction is just a lot better. And it also lets us accomplish the real bonus objective on this map, and really the real meat and potatoes of this map when you think about it. I'm gonna go ahead and save, and then we'll get into this. I think I am gonna move Ileana over here, though, just because I think I'm gonna need the extra firepower on that side on the next turn. But this map has the potential to get really, really ugly, depending on how things play out. Anyway, God, I forgot Hymn of the Righteous plays on this. I think Volug is the best candidate to kind of help cut a path here, and then Peranio I would prefer to just go right here. Because if this tile and this tile are blocked, that severely hampers the Cavalier's movement, and it gives me a lot more freedom to just maneuver around. Jill, I'm pretty sure, has to kill this guy. Or somebody on my side. Yeah. Ooh. What is your... Oh, you have 13 speed, and Jill does not have enough to double. Okay. That's awkward. So she's probably better off taking care of this soldier, and then Volug kills that guy. I think that's what I'm gonna do, because this is a little bit risky, just because of, what do you call it? This effectively is Jill's turn, so... Okay, so, let me see here. I don't want to block that tile, and I'm going to need Jill to head probably as far to the right as possible here. And can Volug... Yes, perfect. This is what you need to do is... what side are you better on? Go left or right? Probably up the left, if I'm being honest. Alright, all I needed was one hit here, because I think that'll set up Nolan. Sure will. And then I can kind of send Volug up either side that I want. Yeah, because this guy... Shit. Double shit. Yeah, that guy has very high attack. I would have preferred if Nolan did not get hit there. Oh well. But that lets me... Yeah, I can severely restrict these guys' movement by having Tyranio and Aaron take a more defensive position here. I might do that just to try to pull a decoy maneuver. And then, yeah, now these guys can't move. And they all have weapon triangle disadvantage. The annoying thing is that because of Kanto, they're gonna run away. But... And they might just all attack Tyrannia, which would also be annoying, but that frees me up to do this. And... Yikes, that's a little bad, but... We'll see. This guy needs to go down, because it... Okay, good. If Volag missed once, I think that would have been perfect, but he didn't. Anyway, this is the most obvious move, which is why I didn't do it at the top. I would prefer it, Zahark, if you just... Yeah, let's go for the guaranteed. And you crit anyway, very nice. So, this is really one of the... So now that our beachhead's kind of clear, so to speak, I can get into the real... Kind of the real... How do I word this? Like... Kind of the main gimmick of this part, and one of the reasons that... In particular, I think with Makai, I'm going to try to get the lead out here and get her into a good spot. Because I kind of have to rush, at least with this early part, and I think I'm going to put Soph here to try and draw out some fire. Yeah, I think I will, because... Okay, here we go. Hornet hairs! At this rate, they'll breach our lines, but we can stop them. What voice did I give this guy? It doesn't matter. I have no choice. You, bring out the prisoners! I'm scared. Please don't hurt me. Lord Laverton, exactly what are you planning to do? This so-called Liberation Army is forcing me to sacrifice this boy. I will... No! Micaiah. But, and these people will be executed right now. Surrender, and they will be spared. Everyone, throw down your weapons. Tyranio's way ahead of you, Micaiah, but anyway. You have a feeling, don't you? Got it. We'll follow your instinct. Ha 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 ha. A wise choice, girl. Well, no more need for these prisoners, is there? Kill. No. What do you think you're doing? I'll have nothing to do with you and your monstrous tactics. So, you betray us after all. Marino has never been known for holding its faith. You'll die the best. The troop of Jane Cavalry just mutinied. Is that what you sensed? Yes, now we must reinforce them and help save the hostages. Welcome to one of the main problems I have with this chapter, is that, yeah. Hopefully these guys are... I think these guys, their AI is programmed so that they run away, and you're attacking Aaron, okay? So much for decoys, although he... Okay, this guy sucks. Should have equipped a javelin, dang, because he's just gonna run away now. Alright, and this is where Aaron earns his keep because of stuff like this. And you're attacking Zahark, which is a terrible entrance. Although you don't die unless he procs it. So, okay, that was actually the right call. I didn't expect him to do that. Sweet. Volley? Okay. Okay, these two Cavaliers need to die as fast as possible because the main thing that I need to do is, I need to blitz up to that bridge in the where that soldier, and I need to kill that soldier. Because, well, yeah, okay, these guys are being smart. Well, they weren't smart instead of the rescue chaining, but that's a pretty effective formation, I gotta admit. Yeah, it kind of is, because they put their... Okay, well, that's not smart. This guy's gonna get attacked next turn, and there's nothing I can do about that. Anyway, oh, this is where a strength level up would have really helped, just saying. Oh, actually, Vol could take care of this guy. Yeah, perfect. So, I clear this tile, and hopefully Volag also kills this guy, which is entirely possible, and then we're just gonna have our units kind of... I could probably use Jill to just get people across this lane of traffic, because this whole bridge is going to get clogged, and I really don't want it to. So, if I can't get everybody across the bridge, or... Actually, I don't know if these... Yeah, I don't know if Fiona and everybody else can move through here if Volag is on this tile. I'm assuming that they can't, just for, like, my own safety and stuff. Anyway, so yeah, we're just gonna do this, and this is all I'm doing on the left side. This is all these two are gonna have to do the work, because there's like I said, this Mongolian horde of units here is... It's going to be another opportunity for Aaron to just do what he does best and power grind as a result of it, but don't know how long that's going to be effective for. Anyway, yeah. Jill's going to come in handy here just to rescue drop people because, like I said, this lane of traffic is going to get really clogged up. And if I let these Cavaliers catch up to these guys, which they will on turn 3, we're dead. Or most of them are going to die. So, honestly, I don't think you can crit here, can you? You cannot. But we might as well do this. Part of me wants to restart and give Jill the energy drop just so she can one-round this guy, and then like I said, the bridge is completely clear and they can just sprint across. If the prisoners start dying, I might do that, just because the bonus experience that they give you is so, so important. Anyway, Leonardo, can you actually... You actually can. That's pretty beneficial. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's better than nothing. Alright, so that's what you're going to be doing. You're going to be contributing to that effort. Neat. Yeah, Laura, getting you anywhere near all of this is actually kind of dangerous, so we're just gonna have you heal Nolan. I could have used Sacrifice there, actually, but I think I'm gonna do this, and then we're just gonna have... Actually, if that guy's dumb, or if that soldier's dumb, he'll attack Jill on enemy phase, which would be pretty handy, because then I can just get, I can get Soph and Volag up to the point where they can assist. And maybe, like, yeah, maybe Volag could grab Nolan, because his move is a lot better. He's got 9 move to Nolan's 6, so... You are... Yeah, okay. These guys are probably going to be victims of poor I'm hoping that they're victims of poor decision-making, is what I'm getting at, because... Yeah, if this guy dies and there's enough room here for Volag to move in, I can have him move up, drop Nolan on this thicket, and he can start to get to work. He can start going to work. You know what? We'll just keep the support buddies together here, and Because, yeah, our initial island here is completely safe now, so we're good. Okay, you have weapon triangle disadvantage, and okay, good. Because this guy will get doubled, but if I remember right, they trade vulners back and forth with each other for a considerable amount of time. Okay, this is maybe where I need to turn the animations off, because this is going to get a little bit stupid. Because we have, like... Yeah, we have just, we have way too many Cavaliers. And they're all gonna... Oh, nice. I didn't even consider that for a second. Because it's just gonna be a lot of these guys just getting ganked on the head. And Aaron doesn't have any... He has 2%. And he missed. Great. Now, it kind of... Okay, this guy is making horrible life decisions. Although I don't think Tyranio can double him. Maybe with the Bronze Knights he can. Yeah, okay. I'm okay with that, just because the crop does need to be a little bit thinned out. I think these Sword Cavaliers are going to suicide into him. Yeah, they definitely are. There's still enough XP to go around, but I swear the... Yeah. Anyway. It's not that big of a deal. If anything, I save uses of Tyranio's Silver Lance, which might be more beneficial than I initially thought. Okay, you're gonna go for this guy, and if they go exclusively for the green units, we're gonna have a problem, but if not, then... Oh, that guy doesn't move. Ooh, that's bad. You had every opportunity to. Thank you. Somebody's smart. Good lord. Okay. Good news is that we're starting to clear through here. The bad news is that I can't drop off Nolan, and probably without using Jill, I think. And the good news is we can move through these guys, so I'm assuming they can move through me, which would be good because I don't want Bollock to be blocking them off. The bad news is that the only unit that can reliably get up here is Jill, and these guys are going to be taking a heck of a lot of damage. I think if I maybe put Jill in a position like this, she could start doing a fair amount of good work, and then that'll free me up to do stuff. Zahar can also probably... Oh, this is where Biorhythm really just shit. It just rains on my parade. Good job, Aaron. Very good level up. Basically all of his important stats. And we're gonna do that just because that seems like the most useful. Give them some pepper. I want Aaron to get the kills if at all possible, but yeah, there's no shame in letting Leonardo try to do some work here. and get next to nothing for it, but that's okay. This is where I play the game called Shove Everybody Forward, and then maybe... Wait, can I... That's not a... Okay, so... I don't know if Nolan can move off this tile, but that might actually be more... If he can just move here... If he's stuck, then I don't know what to do. But if he's not, then I could potentially have him do some good work here. Well... Okay, so hard. Might as well do this, because this is probably the most use I'm going to get out of you this turn. Shit, that's what I was worried about. Yeah, because... one of these two Cavaliers... This guy's got good biorhythm, so I might want to take care of him. This guy will probably... This guy has a higher chance of missing. This guy, I think, is a bit of a pain, but yeah. So they're taking 3 attacks this turn. I did my best. I don't know what else I could have done differently. Maybe if Soken... Ooh, yes, perfect. Stabby, stabby. That thicket is actually... It's part of the problem. It's not the whole problem, but it's part of the problem. So if I... Yeah, I think what I can do with this is I can minimize the amount of heat that these guys are going to be taking, so that it's just the, It's just the archer dude here, and also this guy with the steel axe that are going to be coming in. And if they both go for Jill anyway, then that'd be good, but they won't. Yeah, no, go for the forged weapon. Come on, girl, do some lifting. So what we brought you here for? Trying to think. I think this spot's okay. And I will... What is your range? You can attack Nolan and nobody else. So, well, nobody else. You know what I mean. We're fine right here, so I can go ahead and do that. And did I... Ooh, maybe I... Yeah, I should have waited because... Okay, actually, wait. Okay, that makes the most sense. Also, that's not... Ow! Okay, that's bad. Unnecessary much. Now, here comes the million-dollar question. When that bow knight dropped, he dropped the prisoner. I don't know what the AI is programmed to do here, and, well, I know what that AI is programmed to do. Okay. I think these guys are... That's good. These guys are programmed to follow Fiona, so I'm hoping that they clear out. Okay, good. That's what I was hoping would happen. Because I've never had that scenario happen. Usually what happens is that, once one of these knights dies and they drop the prisoner, that prisoner dies almost immediately, because somebody else has, like, an attack on enemy phase or something, so, okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, I see how I can maybe make this happen, but... Okay, no, I don't. But, so... No one can move here, which is beneficial, but these guys, especially these mages, I think... Actually, no, these mages are fine. It's this guy that I think is the biggest problem, and is also the easiest to do. And... One-off lethal, are you kidding? Okay. Alright, so it's all yours. Although... Actually, I would rather have Zahar... Yeah, Zahar dismantles that guy, no problem. And I think Jill does too? Yeah, okay, with the steel axe, that's probably the most beneficial. It saves me some uses on the forged weapons, so we'll say that it is, even though it isn't. I think I'm gonna move Nolan up, because otherwise he might not be able to do much the next turn. But... this is good. The main issue with this chapter has been taken care of, which is that I think saving the prisoners is the big priority that I have to have. More importantly right now, I think it's getting Jill to a safe spot, because she's at half health, and those fire mages do not look friendly. Okay, that's better. Like I said, I'm still worried about that 11 strength total, and I'm starting to have a problem, and it's starting to be an issue, but... okay, I can float you down here, and then I think I might have to... I'm kind of running out of juice with sacrifice, so... might have to... or I could do this, and then... that'll get you to 25, and then I can have Micaiah use a vulnerary on her next turn. Any chance that... okay, Vola can't do anything, but he can help block, which is gonna have to do. Okay, so... you're... actually, these guys are probably gonna go for Nolan, I think, so... let's go ahead and... cut you to ribbons. That's what we pay Zark for. And I mean, we're literally paying him because he's a mercenary. Alright, so... let's see here. Yeah, you two are out of range, and you're probably gonna die next turn. I'm gonna keep Volog here because... fire. And I guess Eddie can help out if need be. Because like I said, the important thing is that Fiona's safe, and she's the biggest priority. If I attack you, you're gonna run away, and I don't want that. What I'm probably gonna do is... force these guys to engage me at like, pretty much the farthest range away, so that they can't canto far away next turn. I think, like I said, we'll give this guy some pepper. And then at that point, I think I'm gonna go ahead and do this real quick. Didn't end up using any battle saves last chapter, but we shall see if I need to do that. And Liliana can move up, I think. I'm gonna keep these guys in thickets. It might not stop the magic of Void, but it'll at least keep me safe, because Hellfire is a bit nasty, but okay, yeah. Thankfully, I think these guys are pretty easy pickings next turn for anybody who's not named Volog, so that guy might be a bit of a problem, because he's so far away. Thankfully, the magic stat on these guys isn't particularly high. You're gonna... oh, right, the healer's up there, so... that guy might end up running the other way, if I'm being honest, which, yeah, that's gonna be a tour de force. Literally. Okay, and this is... this is what... this is why we unequipped his weapons. You, I hate you for doing that, but I can't stop that. Anyway, thankfully, yeah... I think every green unit is safe now, which is good. We only lost one, and we didn't lose any prisoners, and yeah. This is part of the reason that going counterclockwise is more efficient, is because they just love throwing everything at you. And can you... okay, I can't steal that guy's stuff. I don't think there's anything that Soph can steal on this map, come to think of it. Well, he can steal that javelin, but that's a little bit hard to do. The boss is... this boss does move, and he's very easy to bait out. So, like, I think Micaiah can kill that guy no problem with her Fanny Tome, but we have to get them in the position to do that. Jill, we can do that for, and yeah, it's a good thing that I healed, because otherwise I think Jill would have been dead. If she had taken both of those guys, it's like shit. Nolan, is your... Yeah, that's why. Another point that I kind of dock, Biorhythm in this game for is, like, because the weapon triangle is taken out of hard mode, Biorhythm matters way, way more. It might be omni-important, honestly. We're gonna set that up. And we're gonna knock him down. Aaron doubles now? Okay. I see you. Just keep on doing the work. My kingdom for a horse slayer, though, honestly. I might honestly have Laura move over here because I don't think these guys need any healing anymore. As much as I like having that support option in range. And a Chappie. Kind of expected that hit, but just being a bit of a low health hero, but we can get up to... Oh, nice. We can get her up to snuff. Nolan, I think your chance to hit is lowest, so why don't you... Yeah, why don't you lead us off here? I'm gonna need him to... I think I'm gonna use Nolan with a hand axe to bait out the boss. Shit, yeah, that's bad. Taking more damage. But you got him anyway. Nice. Okay, now with everybody in the spots that I want them to be in, Volog at this point, I think I might just have him grab Laura and then run back up here, because it'll be a bit faster than her trying to get there on her own. And then everybody else is in a really good spot. So we're going to need to vulnerate and sacrifice up here in a bit, because, like I said, this is going to be the main force that is going to go for the boss, and that is going to leave a lot of XP on the table, and it's also going to leave a free Master Seal, which I believe is hidden in these 4 tiles right in front of the ballista, but... Like, I could wait this out, and then eventually when these Cavaliers stop coming, I can use Tyranio to just soak ballista shots, and then eventually we can approach from up the cliff. But you're very clearly meant to go this way, so we're just gonna do that. Although I would like Mr. Windedge Man here to die, but I don't think he's going to. And you, yeah, I expected you would do that. And okay, that is what I feared, because... Yeah, you guys, they're all going after, I think, the prisoner cadre. I kind of expected them to head the other way, but the good news is that these guys are on safe ground, so they're just gonna all literally go to our starting location, and that's it. Thought if you guys would show up. Anyway, this is the last ballista use, so we're gonna have Leo join up in a bit. That being said, Aaron, can you... Yes, perfect. No doubles, but that's okay. Ooh, nice. I forgot that that guy had a wrench in it, but probably a good thing that I didn't try to end this chapter faster, because, yeah, that would have not been fun. Well, speaking of what's not fun is hand axe, steel axe, steel. Okay. So, you, I'm just gonna... Yeah, I can get rid of you. If I heal Nolan, he can help, but... Or I can just pull back with everybody for a bit. And then probably have Zahark and Jill do all the work. Or I can... wait. Yep, I could box him in. Okay. Don't waste your good weapons if you don't have to. And he doesn't even take any damage. I love it. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to admittedly speed this up a little bit. I'm going to change the animations to map only for the time being, because this is going to be a lot of... There's an ebb and flow to this map that I'm kind of sinking into, and if I'm being perfectly honest, it's going to take me a few minutes. And it would take a few extra minutes, than I would like. So we're just going to do that. Both of these guys are probably going to target Jill, but she's got 16 defense. She'll be able to handle that, no problem. It's this group that I'm more worried about, because these guys are going to be a problem on my next turn. So I think what I'm going to do is... The best strategy is probably going to be to bait out one of these guys. Well, I can bait out the steel bow guy, but he's probably going to move to this tile anyway. So I think I'd rather get people into a spot where they can... contribute. And I don't think I need to... what am I kidding? Not doing this would be a waste of Volog's turn, because it would have meant that I moved him forward and back and didn't do anything with him, but... I think I might actually have to... Now that I think about it. Yeah, now that I think about it, it makes more sense to pull everybody back who isn't named Soap, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. We're gonna move everybody like so, and then Soap is gonna block off the bridge on his next turn. That thicket's gonna slow them down, but that's only gonna be a temporary thing. Oh, you guys are going for Nolan, okay. Ooh, that's why, 14 damage. And he's pissed off. Pissed off old Brolin, that's what you get. We're gonna... Jill can pick this up and then move back. I'm gonna have Nolan move back on his turn. We're gonna equip a... Actually, do I need to equip a hand axe? I do, because this guy... It's basically just target all the indirect fire guys. Yeah, Nolan will get hit no matter what, I think, if I keep him... I'm gonna keep him the furthest back, because I want him to be safe. He's the most vulnerable, I think. And then we're gonna bring Zahark around. We're going to have Soap block the bridge, so this guy has to go for one of my other guys instead. Jill having a hand axe, I think, is also beneficial. And yeah, we've got our dodgiest units in a vanguard position. And more to the point, I can... probably have Laura try and cross the water here. Yeah, because... Ooh, I don't know if Nolan lives through this, if I'm gonna be honest, because... The alternative is... Actually, wait a minute. This may be a good time for a sacrifice play, although... Never mind. That could be nasty, because he's gonna take attacks from 1, 2, 3 guys. Volog might be able to help you a little bit. Yeah. Because this guy needs to die, and if he does, then... there's a little less heat coming in Nolan's direction. They might even attack... Some units might even attack Volog instead, which would be handy. Finish that guy off, and yeah, we're just gonna, like I said, I'm just gonna keep these two down here. I don't think Aaron's gonna be seeing much more combat, but that's a shame because his stats are very close to cap. He's got some stats that are close to cap, which Nolan hasn't been able to do yet. Jill obviously hasn't been able to do it yet. And then, yeah, I think we're gonna be in a good spot here. I am a little bit worried about this next enemy phase, but I think if we can deal with this group, then we're going to be in the clear. And they're going for Volog because he can't counter them, I think? Or they're going to run back there and be a big pain in, like, Twishy. You, I think, are just dead. No! Okay, that's potentially good later. Yeah, because that healer's a click behind, or a turn behind the rest of his boys. Ouch. So yeah, they're all gonna go for him, which I'm perfectly okay with. These guys are just going to shuffle around a little bit. And by that, I mean they're only going to move one space. Okay. Next up, for my next trick, you guys can attack anybody that you want. So we might as well just, you know, this course is being served buffet style, so... Yeah, if I can... Now it's... This guy is probably not a problem. It's the other three range guys that I think are going to be an issue. Have I? Okay, I haven't dropped frames, it's just that my bitrate's a little bit choppy, just checking something on the stream. So... Yeah, I can, if I move everybody into the right spots, I can wall these guys up. So, yeah, Nolan is probably going to have to... Your biorhythm is still... Yeah, your biorhythm is still on the upswing, so you're not quite there yet. But, yeah, if I heal you up, or I go for, like... Yeah, if I go for Sacrifice here... That leaves him in a bit of a compromising spot, but if I'm being perfectly honest, all I have to do is move Volog up one tile, and suddenly we're safe again. I was worried that would happen, but I can play around that, so it's okay. Ooh, one tile too far away. Gotcha. That kind of stinks a little bit. Are you the only guy that can hit? No, Jill can take care of that guy as well. You're the Wind Edge guy though, so you're not a big priority for me. You, on the other hand, yikes. What? 15 speed to 12? Okay, I guess the magic number is 4, because I guess you need 4 more speed to double, which is unfortunate because that would have been a pretty big, nice layup. Okay, so with that in mind, yeah, everybody's going to be relatively healthy going into enemy phase. I just have to play my cards right here. I think I'm going to move you... No, I'm going to keep you put. Just because I know what's up. I think I can actually have Volog swing up here and... Yeah, one of these guys... What I don't want these guys to do is run away. Okay, so... Actually, Eddie might be able to bait one of these attacks out. I don't know what his defense, how his defense is going to stack up against the Bow Knight. He'll actually do okay, admittedly. Go ahead and do that. And yeah, that leaves 2 guys that are going to be dealing with, that I have to deal with, and if I have Bullock run up here, I think it's probably better if I do this, because then this guy might he might have to either go back through like a kill gate, or he's going to run away on his turn. Because, yeah, I could put Edward here, too, and honestly, I think I'm going to do that. And this keeps all of our units safe, while also making sure that things down here go swimmingly, because... Yeah, at this point, I think these guys are basically done, because... I can tempt him to try to come back, but I don't think I'm going to be very successful. Anyway. That's probably the best... Okay, yeah, that is the best way of handling that. You're gonna attack Nolan, okay. Again, Nolan's the lowest damage, so... And now we gotta worry about the boss, because, like I said, the boss is not exactly a joke. Okay. So... Best strat is probably going to be... Well, I need to get Micaiah up here. So that guy is a... Well, that guy's not a huge problem. This guy is, though, and I think it's probably easiest if I just... Even if he gets really low on HP... Oh, never mind. Of course, she'll crits when I don't have animations on. Anyway. Okay, keeping in mind this guy's attack range, because I'm gonna need units into position to where... Like I said, I think Nolan with a hand axe is the best way to lure this guy out. This is where the shove command really comes in handy, because we can just get Micaiah into a much more advantageous position so she can actually help out when dealing with the boss. And I think right there is where I want her to be. We'll get Laura into a good spot as well, although... yeah, I think I screwed up there. If I have to force you to go through a thicket, well, how's that going to change things? Yep, that's what I thought. You're blocked. That's good. Anyway, you... Yeah, I can do this safely. Tanky, tanky boy. Now, hopefully this guy doesn't get any dumb ideas. He did not, thank you. Although he's probably going to run away. Bolog is the unit I wanted you to attack. What is this? Is he just taunting me at this point? I swear that he is. So, let's see. You have 16 defense. Nolan only has 10. Maybe I should have given the Draco Shield to Nolan if he only has 10, because that's not good, especially since... Yeah, okay, so... Jill, you can bait the boss with a hand axe, but I think this guy needs to die first for me to feel safe doing that. And that guy's body blocking, which is kind of annoying, but at the same time, I think we can get to him, so that it's just safer for Zahar to do this. And bank on the crit or go for the lower hit percentage? I think I'm gonna go for the lower hit. Okay, never mind, he crit. Move you there. Have these two buffoons help out, because I want to see if I can... Because I've got the spare resources, I want to see if I can lure that mage out, try to get a bit more XP out of the deal here. What is your range? Because I feel like... Okay. That's kind of a bait, but... Thankfully I can still get this without it being a big issue. Do I get a level up? Yes, I do. Okay. Oh my days, yeah. Aaron's definitely in the spot I want him to be now, because, yep, capped skill, he's gonna cap defense, I believe on his next level up as well, so... Very nice to see. Alright, this is gonna make my next play a little bit risky, but... I kind of have to go for a gutsy move here, or we're gonna run out of time. Well, we're already... I said this would be a bit of a blitz. It's mainly in my, It's mainly in terms of how I move my units, rather than, like, how much time I actually took. And you... I hate you already. Get out of the way! Okay, that's gonna delay things by a turn. But that's also not a big deal, because... I could do that, for instance, and... What's your staff rank? A already? Okay. Okay, so... Like I said, I wanted Jill to bait out the boss, but I don't think I'm going to get the opportunity to do that with the right weapon, so we're just going to take what we can get. Anyway. Got a handful of level ups out of the deal, and none of them are really something that I'm none of these are, gonna be honest, are particularly that interesting to me. Do I want Soap to be there? It's probably better than anything else you could be doing. Although, how many units do you bait out? Okay, this might have been a mistake. Although... Okay, because you're the only unit in range, so maybe I do need to get more kills over to Nolan, but at the same time, this is going to expose him to a lot of attacks. So, 2, possibly 3? No, not 3. You have... So you would do 12. You would do 15, provided you hit. 12, 15, so 25. 25. He would live with 1 HP. He would live with 1 HP if he gets hit by this, but... Now's as good a time to do this as any. Okay, and I can have Zahar try to shield him a little bit in case things go south on me. Which they might, if I'm being honest. Because like I said, I believe Nolan survives with 1 HP, but there's always a chance that this could go in kind of a clowny way. That does help, though. Like I said, getting that extra point of defense might have actually saved his life, because... Yeah, okay, we're in a good spot. We're in a very, very good spot here. Let's get you shooting orcs up here, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to use you for anything. And we're just gonna end turn and... right, I guess. That also helps. Come to think of it, I forgot to account for that. That's my bad. You pretentious little fools. I'll show you how insignificant you are. Witness that tonight. Okay, well, if Nolan lives, I'm a genius. I am a genius. Okay, he's not gonna survive that again, so let's not tempt fate. You are in a position where... Can I just end this right now? I sure can. So let's try to maximize our EXP out of this, because otherwise we're in trouble. Old Brolin here is in pretty good shape, so... Do you have anything that I can steal? No, but I can get the kill, which is interesting enough, I suppose. Alright, we're definitely not getting the turn bonus, because the turn bonus is 15 turns across both of these, and I have taken close to double that, so we're not getting any bonus XP, except for the Meritum Knights. They're gonna give us a ton. Okay, that's handy, because that'll help me later. Okay, so this is actually kind of beneficial here. Wow, Edward, okay, this is admittedly a little bit mid. Micaiah's gonna kill the boss, so we know that much, but I'm trying to think of how else to use people. So Jill can jump in here and probably... Yeah, two-shot this guy. That's really handy. Ooh, nice. Kind of sad that this guy doesn't get knocked off his horse, because I feel like that would have enough force behind it to do that, but we'll make it. That's good. Might as well do this, even though it's kind of pointless. We're already violating the Geneva Convention, why not just keep doing it? They equip stabs this game. Look. It's a weapon, it counts. Okay, so, yeah, might as well do this, too. Nolan's not feeling too hot, but he did his job, that's the important thing. I'm hoping to God that 100 guaranteed wasn't contingent on... Okay, no, it wasn't. And you two can't do anything, and I don't think Zahar can do anything either. These guys can't either. I could try and... Well, I could try to fight this guy, but... Even with the... You have high ground. Why is this doing all this much? I mean, sure, go for it. Go for it, Aaron, yeah. You do you, buddy. He's supposed to have high ground. What is this? Oh my god, we got it anyway. Let's go. So there's that, yeah, there's that master field I was talking about. And you are dead, and we are out of here. Making hostages of the helpless. Is that how Knights of the Great Bennion Empire operates? Shut up, shut up, shut up! Oh, somebody's mad, his plan didn't work out. And he's dead. God bless this tome. Those are the most important stats, I'm okay with that. You disgust me. Hey, we got Paragon. Nice. Dear boy, I'm sorry you had to suffer on our account. I wasn't scared. I knew the Dawn Brigade would save us. Thank you. Thank you for rescuing my people. Your people? So you must be... Yes, I am Lanvega's daughter, Fiona. After my father died, I assumed the governance of Marido. General Lanvenga, from the song? Rice, Tarania, Gawain, and Lavenga, 4 riders of Dane, 1 country, 1 king. While they bear our banner, a free Dane shall sing. You're that General Lanvenga's daughter? Indeed, Lanvega of the 4 riders. He was a good friend and a mighty swordsman as well, and stubborn as a beaver. Your father was a powerful warrior of unquestionable integrity, a great man. Yes, and that's why he renounced his rank and title as rider and withdrew from court life, rather than serve King Ashnard. You've heard the rumors, no doubt, that Ashnard murdered his own father? My father could not serve such a man. And so, to protect Marido from a madman, we did not send men to fight for Dane in the war. I doubt you could ever forgive us. No, quite the opposite. You are these people's steward, and you chose the course that would protect them. But now, Bennion is willing to sacrifice innocent children to maintain their grip over our country. We cannot allow that. That is why we are asking you to lend your strength to the Liberation Army. Together, we can reclaim our country. And now you ask us to bear part of the burden of restoring our motherland? If you would have my lance, then... I, Fiona, steward of Marido, do gladly swear allegiance to your Liberation Army. I and my men bind ourselves to your fate. Use my army as best you see fit. And now, Marido betrays us as well? You are aware that riots broke out in 3 other regions yesterday, are you not? All called immediately, of course, but the unrest grows. Who cares what the commoners do or think? Does the shepherd fuss when his sheep butt their heads against the fence post? Nevertheless, as the insurgent grows, news of it will inevitably reach Bennion. Yes, I see what you mean. That would be less than desirable. The Imperial Prime Minister Sephiron casts a grim eye on dishonesty. If he finds out what has been going on day and under our rule, that would not be good. Sephiron's persistent as a mosquito and quick to judge. Though you and I know I have been nothing but fair and just in my rule here, it's best to avoid an inquiry. Which leaves us but one recourse. Crush the rebel faction before it grows larger. Exterminate them, then the commoners, bereft of all hope, will turn their sheep eyes back to us and beg to rejoin the flock. I see. Well, I leave the matter in your hands. What funding you need is yours. I'm glad we agree on this. Well then, pardon me, sir, while I tend to our little lambs on the loose. Yep, that's where the money comes from. We still got a bit of the turn bonus, although, yeah, we didn't get all of it because that one Marido Knight died, but the prisoners surviving gives us a lot. The units that did survive gave us a fair amount as well. If I had given the energy drop to Jill, which I might end up doing, I need to check her stats at the end of this, but yeah, I think I might give that energy drop to Jill just because I don't think she's leveled up strength at all, and that's going to be a problem going forward. Nolan's gotten pretty good level ups in his most important stats, so we're gonna take advantage of the opportunity while it still allows. Anyway, that's pretty good. We're in a good spot. Map commentary.
The Liberation Army's sweeping victory seems to signal a turn in the war for Dayin. However, General Jared uses his superior numbers to harry the group and threaten their fragile momentum. Benyan has fortified its army with weapons and supplies bought with funds stolen from Dayin. Benyan has also purchased the swords of a vast number of mercenaries from these same stolen funds. The Liberation Army does not want for willing fighters of its own. However, most are old men and inexperienced boys whose passion far outstrips their skill. The Liberation Army has no choice. It must bolster its ranks if it is to meet Benyan on equal terms. Its only hope lies locked in Benyan's prison camps, where Dayin's former soldiers await their rescue.
As General Staff Officer of Dayin's Liberation Army, allow me to outline my latest strategy. Excuse me, but shouldn't Prince Peleus be here? There's no need to distract the Prince with the war's petty details. He won't be coming to any more meetings. From now on, consider my words the Prince's own. I'm not sure that's... Enough idle chat! Come, have a glance, my pretties. Our next target shall be Umon. Among all the work camps, it is one of the largest. Conditions within the prison camp are harsh. If we are to save the prisoners, every moment matters. One of the largest work camps. Can our forces handle that? Something trivial concern, and one my profound genius has already addressed. Behold this lake next to the camp that provides fresh water to all there. Into this lake we shall dump a deadly toxin of my own devising. Then we'll sit back as the enemy slowly dies. What are you saying? Poison is inexcusably vile. I will agree to no such plan. There's a Final Fantasy VI joke to be made here, but I'm not gonna make it. What was that? You! How dare you question my plan, conceived in the state of exalted meditation? No matter how misguided the enemy may be, we must fight with compassion and consideration for the innocent. She's right. Poison doesn't discriminate. Prisoners would die too, and any nearby villages would be affected. And then what would happen? People would doubt us, question our cause, maybe even side against us. And it would cast a stain on Prince Peleus' name, don't you think? Do as you like, and when you find yourselves utterly defeated, you can come crawling back to me. My apologies to both of you. When Lord Azuka gets excited, he can lose all sight of reason. I apologize too, General Taranio. He stormed out because You needn't apologize. You were in the right. I would never condone the use of poison. However, this does mean we must devise another plan if we are to have any hope of victory. Yes, you're right. In that case, what do you think of this strategy? One fade to black later, and we should be in the base. We are. Okay, so we are at the 2.5 hour mark. Admittedly, I think because of I'm playing with animations on, this is taking a little longer than I anticipated, but yeah, that's okay. I'm gonna go ahead and stick this in the convoy for now. Same thing with the Beast Bow Scroll. We're not gonna use it quite yet. In terms of other stuff, Aaron, you got that red gem. I could sell this for 2,500 gold, but we're in a pretty good spot. Excuse me. We're in a pretty good spot money-wise for the Dawn Brigade, so we're just gonna save that for now. The other thing I'm gonna do is, oh yeah, we're definitely gonna do this. Did not level strength at all, so this extra bump is gonna be entirely necessary. Yeah, I really like using Jill, but unfortunately she's kind of she's kind of starting to look the same way that my other units did, at least at the, at least the way Jill turned out in Path of Radiance, where she kind of just got a string of bad level ups and got stat screwed, which isn't fun. Zahark's not going to level up for a while, but I don't need him to. Aaron is... This is kind of where... excuse me for the weird tick there. This is kind of where... Whoa, hang on, not that. Award XP, here we go. So, Makai hasn't capped anything... Volg I don't care about. Tyranio's still on the inventory screen, but we can't actually deploy him next chapter, or any chapter in Part 1 for that matter. It'll become obvious in a minute, but... Yeah, in terms of other units, I like where Nolan's at. He could use a bit more defense, so we're just going to kind of let things play out how they will. I am going to do this, though, since we have enough bonus experience to do things like that. Laura's fine for now. Jill I might give a little bit of babysitting to. Yeah, so this is a fair amount of our bonus experience, but once units start capping stats... Although I maybe should have waited on this a little bit, but it's okay. So they're guaranteed 3 stats on level up, and Aaron's luck isn't his biggest stat, but he ended up hitting it instead of hitting, like... Well, he ended up hitting it instead of, like, skill, for instance, because he capped the stat. So, maybe not this level up, but on the next one, we'll be able to get a point or 2 in speed, because it's... Or he could miss it completely, because... He caps his strength and defense in 1 level anyway, so it could be a good show to have him actually get that far. In terms of other units, I'm not going to drop Edward yet. I think I'm going to give him 1 more chapter, and if he doesn't really, like... He's starting to get to the point where, like, 7 defense is really not what I want to see, so... His days are numbered. Leonardo, I think, is kind of done. We got some mileage out of him, but at the end of the day, like, I don't really need weapon effectiveness from bows anymore. Whereas, we're gonna get units later that I think are gonna be a bit more beneficial to us. Ileana, I think, actually, I might try and give her... Her stats are alright, and magic utility is something that we're sorely gonna need. So, she might be a candidate later. At the very least, I could give her a Master Seal, because... It seems a bit beneficial to do that. Anyway, in terms of shopping, we can buy steel weapons now, which I think means we can also forge them. Pretty handy. Let's check out the bargain section real quick here. Wind Edge, Longbow, Secret Book, Arm Scroll. None of these are particularly useful at the moment. The Secret Book is kind of a waste, admittedly. Arm Scrolls, like, I know where to get another one for free if I really want to, so I'm not really hungering for these either. Especially since so many of our units actually, I think, capped their weapon ranks already. Jill's capped hers, I think Aaron has capped his, Nolan's capped his. So we're not exactly hungering for that stuff yet. I might need a Vulnerary or 2, we'll see. In terms of other stuff, I'm being honest, like, the only thing I can think of is maybe getting an Iron Axe for Nolan, just so... Because I've noticed that he's having a bit of trouble doubling with the Steel Axe, and that might help him out a little bit. So we're gonna get that. And then down in the Forge, I thought about 2 things here. In fact, I think I'm gonna double check my stats for a second. Honestly, I think Aaron's in an okay spot right now. Jill's still got... excuse me. Jill's still got the Radish Axe, so that's okay. It's probably... Oh my god. Is this a case where forging a sword is the best option? It might be, because... Or I could just forge another axe. Or I could forge a lance. It's a lance or an axe. I don't need to forge a sword with this group, because... Zahark doesn't need one yet, but I could forge a light tome as well, which I might do that just because it seems kind of pointless, honestly. Let's I don't know. Let me think about this, because the other thing I gotta do is not yet. Okay, I'm waiting on Nolan and Zahark to open up the support option. I can do... not this. I can do this, which... yay. Both these guys are probably getting benched, but yay. And then Jill, I'm also going to leave the support blank. Interesting that Meg can only get stuff with Micaiah. That's very weird. Alright, info conversation. So, we have one important one and one not so important one. Let's go ahead and do this. This one's kind of funny, although I think it's pretty inconsequential. Hello? Oh, hello there. Hello? Yes, hello. Now that we have that established, what can I do for you? I'm Meg. Yes, I know. It's nice to meet you, Meg. That's a very nice name. And, I'm from Primia. Yep, I'm one step ahead of you. I heard that too. You're far away from home now, aren't you? Quite an independent girl, eh? And my village, it's called Oma. Oh, you're from Oma? Now that's something I did not know. Yes. Then you must know Brahm. Hold on a second. You look exactly like him. Are you two related? We sure are. I'm his daughter. His youngest daughter. Oh, I've heard stories. He loves to tell stories about his kids. He said that you could lift a full-grown cow. It's nice to meet the person I've heard so much about. How's Brahm? Doing well? I hate to break it to you, but that might have been hyperbole, Zahark. Yes, he is. He works all the time. I do wish he would slow down. Ah, yes. Well, it's good to hear that he's staying busy. Brahm, huh? Wow, that brings back memories. Well, if you're his daughter, I'll do whatever I can to help you. You said you were looking for somebody? Who is this person? Well, he's my fiancé. How could any guy leave a girl like you? What's this lucky guy's name? What's he like? Well, he's standing right in front of me. I'm sorry, I'm sure I misheard you. Can you repeat that? Slowly? My daddy told us years ago that he was going to marry one of us to a really nice friend of his, a mercenary named Zahark. Whoa, hey now, I don't, But my older sister got married last year, and so I came instead. Oh, it's so nice to finally meet my husband. Meg, look, this is kind of crazy. Zahark, I'm sure I still have lots of him. But after meeting you, I just know we'll live happily ever after. Meg, I need you to listen very closely. Oh, don't worry. I'll work hard, make it every waking moment to be a good wife, even during a fight. See you later, Pookums. Meg, wait! She's downright pushy. She must get that from her old man. And did she just call me Pookums? I don't know either, man. I don't know either. Like I said, that's... You would think that that goes somewhere, but it kind of doesn't. It more or less just explains what Meg is doing in the Dawn Brigade, which... Neat. Alright, Peleus. Sorry to call you here like this, forgive me. It's quite alright. Can I pour you some tea, or is there something else you would prefer? I'm fine, thank you. What did you want to speak with me about? I know you are angry with me. Please forgive me. Can you tell me why you stopped showing up at our meetings? It was at Izuka's request. You are the leader of this army. You cannot simply leave all the decisions to someone else. I'm sorry. I'll ask Izuka before the next meeting. I need his permission to attend. Why? You're the prince. Why should you need any man's permission, much less your own advisors? Yes, I am the prince, but I owe much to Izuka. He taught me everything I needed to know to become a proper member of the royal family. He contacted Tyranio and the other senators from Daein for help. Without his power and influence, I would never have mustered an army. Or met my own mother. I see, you were alone. Pardon? And then Izuka reunited you with your mother and gave you a place to stay and provided you with a reason to live. And you feel you owe him a debt of gratitude for ending your loneliness. That is why you try to do as you're told, as Izuka wishes. Micaiah, you're... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to... That was inappropriate. You're amazing. Amazing? You really can read minds. I'm simply amazed you saw right through me. Sorry, I got too excited. Look at me, I'm sweating. Prince Peleus. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? That mark. Oh, that. What is it? It's called the Spirit's Protection. The source of all magic in this world is tied to the power of the spirits. When you make a pact with such a spirit, its power manifests on your body like this. I see. What am I saying? You already know all of this. Of course, you have the Spirit's Protection too. But what? I saw you washing your hands the other day. When I walked up to you to say hello, I saw the mark on your right hand. You saw... I thought of confiding in you right away, but my mother called for me. I didn't get a chance to tell you until now. Do you think this mark really is the Spirit's Protection? Oh, you didn't enter into the pact yourself? No. I see, so it must have been the Spirit who wished to make a pact with you. Pardon? It's a very rare phenomenon among newborns. Usually it happens to infants who have an exceptional talent for magic. You truly are amazing, Micaiah. I don't know about that. Let's keep this among ourselves. We don't want people to confuse us with the Branded. What are the Branded? I'm pretty sure it refers to the Bjork who have Lagu's blood in their veins. I know, it's hard to imagine someone with the blood of a subhuman running through their veins. Anyway, I've been terribly mistreated by people who thought I was one of the Branded. Micaiah? Oh, sorry, I think I understand more about you now and the marks we share. I'm glad I was able to tell you. I'm surprised you didn't know. Come talk to me again sometime. Certainly. Oh, I almost forgot. Here, I wanted to give you this. What is it? It's a splendid sword I recently acquired. It gives the wielder the upper hand in battle. Keep it, or give it to whomever you like. Shouldn't you give it to the soldier you deem most worthy? No, I wouldn't want the soldiers thinking I'm giving anyone special treatment. It would be inappropriate. That's what Izuka says, anyway. So I think you should do it. I understand. You have so much on your mind. Indeed, I long for the old days when I was poor, but had few worries. It's pennies. But I'll keep fighting. I won't stop until Dane is free once more. Hear, hear. We got the Brave Sword out of that. Very handy. Kind of forgot about that until he mentioned it. So, obviously Micaiah can't use this, and it's... Wow, it's C rank? So, I think the idea with this is that you're supposed to give this to Edward, and then he just starts ×4 attacking people. Twice per attack doesn't need me twice per attack. Very handy to have, but I'm not going to be using it yet. There's also people down the road that can use it, so... Yeah, and like I said, I'm probably going to be... Like I said, I'm going to give Edward one more shot, potentially, and then if he doesn't, like, kind of shape up, then he's probably getting benched. Especially since I'm kind of in a position where if I start focusing on these three, all of them will probably hit level 20 and or promote, also hi Fiona, and promote before the end of the chapter, or before the end of Act 1, which I really, really want. So, Nolan's pretty much guaranteed to hit it. He might even promote this mission. Aaron's going to promote in the next 2 missions. Jill I'm not sure about, but we can get there. But if I have these 3 plus Zahark, I'm going to be in a really good spot in the future. But for now we have to start completing that. Remember the bases that all those Marido Knights had? Yeah, well, Fiona's aren't really different. She would have admittedly been a unit that, had we not been dealing with desert chapters, would have been nice to have in, like, I don't know, part 3, but it's like, these stats kind of leave her as, like, a bit of a jack-of-all-trades, master of none, and all of them are just way, way too low. She has Imbue and Savior, which are both nice skills to have, but if I'm being perfectly honest... Yes, I lose the free stuff, which is a bit annoying, but I'm never going to deploy her, I'm going to be honest with you. She's way too far behind everybody else to really have that be worth anything. And those... No, not here. Sorry, Mustang. Items, here we go. Both these are better used on other characters later on down the road. Imbue is really good once you start getting units that have a fair amount of magic to them, because that'll restore HP equivalent to the user's magic stat. Would have been nice to see, but hey. Savior was actually pretty beneficial on the last map because Fiona is the only unit out of that entire Marido Knight cadre that doesn't take a stat penalty when she rescues a unit, which pretty handy to have. I might give that to Jill at some point, but if I'm being perfectly honest, I don't even know if Jill is going to be able to use it because the next couple maps, Jill's available for the next map, but her availability is going to be pretty sparse going forward. Fiona's is even worse. keep in mind that, like, I think these two have the same availability for the rest of Act 1, and Jill is level 17, Fiona is level 9. That alone is a problem, and there's also just a multitude of other issues. Like, Cavaliers in general, I don't think they got nerfed in the transition between Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn, but it's kind of close, honestly. They didn't get nerfed directly in terms of the weapons that they use. I mean, I don't think that they, like, for instance, Fiona's Lance Knight class means that she can only use lances for the time being, which we're not exactly hungering for people that can use lances when we have Aaron already, and when Chiranio becomes available again, he'll probably be the unit I use instead. And just, honestly, there is a way to make her work. But if I'm being perfectly honest, even people that have used her, the results end up just kind of being mediocre. I don't really know how to phrase it. Like, if you know, you know. But anyway, yeah, thanks for the free skills. Yeah, this is I know that I joked back. I know that the joke was floating around Meg being the best worst unit, but Fiona's kind of up there too, which is a little bit disappointing because... Yeah, I don't hate Cavaliers in this game. They have their use, even though there are... Like I said, they didn't get directly nerfed in so much as... The map design kind of works against them in a fair number of cases, and it's really a problem in her case. Anyway, I think everybody's set to go. At this point, I'm kind of ditching everybody other than Laura, who's not over a certain level at this point, and... You did not have a men's staff right now. Might as well buy another one of these, and then Laura can have it, just to make sure that we don't run out. I don't need anything from the bargain shop, but let's forge a weapon. If I'm being perfectly honest, the Radish Axe hasn't completely run out of durability options yet, so I think I will go ahead with that lance. Oh, we can still only forge iron lances. That's okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do I have a coin? I think I could have gotten a coin last map, but I don't. I do not. Oh well. Yeah, Path of Radiance does transfer coins over to your save file, but they're not available here, so we're kind of stuck with the... Yeah. Honestly, I think this is still worth it, because this is the best use of our money, is to just take advantage of this whenever I can. Anyway, crit is not something I really like investing in, even though Aaron's crit rate is this is going to Aaron, spoilers, but I think I could do something like this, and then he doesn't need me to drop the weight, which is good. Admittedly, you could also increase the weight, which is kind of clowny, but... Yeah, so... Honestly, that's still kind of worth it, if I'm being honest. At the same time, like... Yeah, the problem is this price goes way, way up. I think 9 is kind of the magic number that I like to go for. So let's go ahead and do that. And then for color, admittedly, I kind of like the red, I like the orange, I like the purple. Although I can't... Will Eggplant Lance work? I don't know, it kind of doesn't. Wow, the pink just does not click with this. I think it looks a lot better on the Silver Lance, but... Anyway, yeah, let's go with this. 3,000 gold, well spent. Anyway, this is the first thing that came up in the top of my head, so... Again, sorry, not sorry, but... Gotta commit to the bit. Who should I give this to? Give it to Aaron for now. Thanks a lot. Well, yeah, that's pretty good. I'm gonna have another opportunity. I think I'm probably gonna forge another axe later, just so Jill has one going on later on into the game, and then from there, I think we're good. Anyway, yeah. Jill's stats are fine, except for her strength, which, yeah, I was gonna probably use the energy drop on her anyway. I don't know why I waited on that. It would have made last chapter a fair bit easier, but anyway. Don't want to give bonus XP to anybody else. I could do this for Micaiah, which I think would be handy. Aaron's fine, Nolan's fine. Yeah, okay. So I think that takes care of everything. We do have to look at, not the character list that would spoil the entire game, so I would hazard to guess, I want to say either Jill or Aaron got MVP. Jill, okay. And that is, yeah, you can see the EXP we get from that is massive. That's why doing bonus objectives like this are so good. We're gonna have another opportunity in this map coming up to really do some good work, but we'll see. A gathering hope. I don't think I can do much in the skill department yet. I am going to... I'm actually going to give Micaiah the Paragon skill. She's the only character that I think really benefits from Paragon right now, because everybody else that I would care about, like, Edward could use it, but I don't think I'm gonna... I don't even think he has the capacity for it, because, yeah, Paragon is 15, so he can't even use it. Tyranio can use it, but we can't use him on this map. Nolan can't use it. Zahar could use it. Jill can't use it. Aaron can't use it. He can use Savior or Discipline, though, but does anyone need Discipline right now? Yeah, because he has A rank in his weapons. Everybody except for Zahar have capped their weapon ranks. I guess I could give it to Zahar just because I can, but yeah, I don't really need it on anybody. It's a weird skill to have. I guess I could give Volgan View to give him a bit more regen, but that's 3 HP. That's not worth it. I think I'm better off giving him Renewal now that I think about it. That'll free up some space for... Yeah, because this restores 5 HP a turn instead of what Zahar would get. Or, how good is Zahar's magic stat? Yeah, View's better on him. Because he gets 6 HP out of that instead of 3, so thanks, Fiona. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick break because I've been going 3 hours without one, but yeah. When we come back, we'll go ahead and take care of everything. Or, we'll go ahead and do the chapter. BRB. Alright, I'm back. So, we're hitting just about the 3-hour mark here. This chapter will probably take like an hour, I think. Let's tap back real quick. Okay, so just needed to do a quick check there. If I'm being honest, like I said, there's not really a heck of a lot that I have left to say at this point. I've kind of covered all my bases on this map. This one's a bit of a breather, admittedly. There's still an important bonus objective we have to fulfill that isn't immediately obvious, but we'll just jump in to the mission, or we'll just jump into the chapter and then we'll take care of that. Kind of lagged for a bit there, I don't like that, but we're back up. Umono Prison Camp. What? An enemy attack? Yes, sir. The Liberation Army has mounted an assault on the gate. We require reinforcements. They seek to free their men? My elite guard shall stay here with me. Take the rest to squash these rebels. But, sir, if your guard remains here, we'll have barely enough men to... Who do you think you're talking to, soldier? With my guard and me at the ready, this can't be fear no attack. Understood? Now go. You have your orders. Looks like Tyrannia has them distracted. They've only left a small force here to defend the camp itself. Perfect. That should make it easier for us to eliminate their defenses, seize the camp, and free the prisoners. Okay, seize indeed is the name of the game here. More importantly, sorry, Leo, I kind of need Jill, and, sorry, Eddie, but I kind of need Zahark. We're gonna roll with this cadre here. This is pretty much gonna be... These 6 are gonna be, like, an important part of my A-team going forward. We're required to bring Balog, Soth, and Micaiah along, so might as well. Might as well try to make the most of them. Micaiah, I'm still trying to train him anyway, but this is gonna be the group that I think I'm gonna work with going forward. Yeah, because, unfortunately, these two have kind of fallen a bit too far behind at this point, and even though I would benefit from chip damage, we're going to want to make sure that... I really want to make sure that I have a group of... Ileana notwithstanding, I have a group of 3 or 4 really solid and really well-trained units, preferably promoted, before this part of the game is up. Ileana's just kind of coming along because I value magic damage, chip damage, more than what Leonardo can do with his bow. Edward could be handy here, but if I'm being perfectly honest, like, I think I've mentioned this before. I've used Edward in 2 playthroughs. He's done well enough in the front half of this part of the game. The back half, he's going to start to fall off a little bit, and that's where I'm... So, we won't be using him in that case. Meg and Fiona goes without saying. Tyrannia, you might see, is in red. He cannot be used because he's running a distraction play while we're taking care of things. This is basically like his MO, like 85% of the time. He takes a force and engages somebody elsewhere while the Dawn Brigade pulls some shenanigans with different tactics. Now, as far as control is concerned, you might notice that this corner is a little bit empty. That's mainly for something that'll come into play later. Now, in terms of... I'm just going to mouse over the units here. We've got some... We have a wind guy here. We haven't seen wind magic yet. This is the one magic school that I think has probably sort of become the best by default, just because it's meant to be the lower might but higher hit rate magic, and the tomes are also really light, like they were in Path of Radiance, so pretty good there. Elfire and other tomes, they've gotten heavier, but they're not as heavily nerfed as Thunder Magic, so like Elfire is 5 weight, I think, let's mouse over Ileana. Elthunder is 6, yeah, so not as big of a deal on the weight front as much as you might think. In terms of other stuff here, this is another map where it pays to split our forces up. This time, though, we're gonna have a bit of a issue because I have to split my units up 3 ways, and yeah, that's not gonna look great. Nolan's gonna be doing great up here, especially if I think, does he have the hammer? He does, okay. So he's going to be doing great up here with his hammer. Jill's better suited down here to help out with clearing out this group of units. It's a bit of a scarier group, at least the Myrmidon might be giving some trouble. But her defenses are high enough to the point where that's not going to be an issue, and you can kind of see just the extent of the mercenary thing that the game was talking about, because a lot of these, like, well, Path of Radiance labeled guys like this Myrmidon, for instance, as mercenary before instead of Benyon, but whatever. Okay, that guy is a vulnerary that we can steal. This is one map where Micaiah really comes in handy. Soph is also going to come in handy because these doors all are... Actually, all 4 of these, I believe. We're going to want to... The game plan is going to be split our forces at the start, then we're all going to rendezvous around this middle area, use this choke point to block people out, and then we're going to clear the map, including probably the boss here. This guy's tough, make no mistake, but he's kind of toast against Micaiah's magic, and we're going to have even more ways of handling him. He's... Defensively, he's very, very difficult, but we have a hammer and we have a... We have a hammer, and we also have the Fanny Tome, and both of those combined can really do a number on this guy. His speed's also pretty bad for this point in the game, so we'll take advantage of that. Anyway, our best bet is going to be... I think... Who do I want on this side? So has to run to the left at the start, and looking at this grouping, I almost want... Like I said, Nolan's going to run up top because he's got the hammer, and I think I'm going to have Aaron swing along with him because... Yeah, 19 defense. He could cover for Nolan pretty handily, because Nolan's defense is admittedly something I'm still worried about, and he doesn't really have a lot of room to get more defense level ups. He might promote this map, we'll see. And as for you, let's do this. I think I can have... I'm gonna have Zahar cover, at least at the start, and then I'm gonna need him up here. But for now, yeah, I think this is fine. Laura's, of course, going to be at the back patching up people's wounds. That's no change from before. Volig is basically just going to be put wherever I need him. And let's get into it. Okay, so... Right off the bat, we're going to need to have... I think I'm going to have... Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So, I'm going to use the railing here in order to provide me a bit more cover, and then we're going to... We're probably going to lead off with Jill here, just because it makes sense in my head. Hand axes aren't... The hand axe isn't great here, and this is kind of an instance where speed is kind of kicking me in the teeth a little bit, but that's okay. If I can get Jill to promote, it'll be super worth it, because I think she has... Yeah, she's 1 point of speed shy, because this guy has enough strength to support his Steel Lance, which is not something I would have wanted to see, but it'll be alright. In terms of other units here... Okay, so you have to just put here, and then... I'm gonna have Aaron here, Volog here, probably? Yeah, I think that makes sense. And then... We'll have a contingent like this, and then Jill will probably be responsible for most of the guys at the top of the map, and then we're gonna have Nolan and Aaron swing around here. I think having Soph move over at the start... Neither of you guys double, but 24 on you, 21 on you. Soph's got 15 defense, he'll be alright. I need to run him pretty far at the start, just because he has an important rendezvous that he has to do over there. And I don't think I need to... The more I think about it, the more I don't really think I need Zahar to do much here, so we'll just keep everybody together for now, and we'll have Soph go off on his little adventure. These guys do get to move first, which is a little bit annoying, but they're largely ignoring him. I mean, I don't blame them. They don't do a heck of a lot of damage. Okay, admittedly, something that I might turn off animations for going forward is just because of these Armor Knights. They move a little bit slow. They move just a little bit slow. It's a bit of an issue. Ouch. Well, that guy's in a position for public humiliation next turn, so that's perfectly fine. You are also going to attack Jill, that's also okay. That! Ooh, yeah. Weapon Triangle's really nice. You hit? Oh, wow, Jill hit the 45, but not the 75. I love this game sometimes. I swear. I expect you to do this, and yeah, this is lights. Even if this guy does hit Nolan, which he does. One-shot kill. You got everything but the 2 stats I wanted to do, but it's fine. It's fine. I can't be strength screwed in anyway. You might be thinking other phase. What do you think, Moram? Is that the building Soth's in? Most likely, little one. So, are we gonna help them, or should we just stand here all day and twiddle our thumbs? What do you think? We're helping, of course. Keep up, Moram. Come on, Vika. Hey, boss, wait a second, I'll be... He's already out of sight. How does he do that on those skinny Bjork legs? Who do you think taught him how to run? We'd better go after him. So... Huh? What? Eh? Have no fear, Tormod is here. I'm coming to your rescue. Tormod, you crazy fool. Time for the trusty hero to save the day, I see. Still quite the showman, eh, Tormod? It's more like a reunion every moment. Now with Harvard just here. Alright, let's go wild! It's subhuman! It's a subhuman! Calm down. Just use fire magic for the beasts and wind for the birds. That's the trick. That chap hasn't transformed yet. Nothing before he does. Fool! Transform ain't what I do, but I do this. He's a mage! Fall back! Don't get too close to him! Who in the world are they? People I used to know. I'll introduce you later, but for now, let's concentrate on the fight. He says from across the room. Anyway, can I... Frick. Okay, wait. I think if Soph talks to... Let me check something real quick. Unit. Tormod or Murum? Oh, Jill Sahar could do this too, actually. That's handy. We'll see those conversations later, yeah. These two have extra dialogue if you bring them along, which is kind of cute. And I think I need to... Yeah, let's do this now. Ah, hello. It's been a while. Little Soph, you've grown up. Why does everybody keep saying that? Hmm? You know, little... Oh, sorry. I guess I have to respect your manly pride now. Yes, please, or something like that. Sir Soph. Will that do? Soph will do. Just Soph. I'm afraid I could never speak so familiarly with my little one's good friend. So with your permission, Sir Soph. No, that doesn't... never mind. Okay, so that's not how I recruit these guys. They're gonna go hog wild for a turn, but I really need to get to Tormod as fast as possible to bring these guys in. Yeah, look at this attack range. This is ludicrous. He has the same move as Vol. We'll get to... These three jokers are weird. I don't really know why they're in this part of the game. Granted, their entrance is really freaking funny, but still, it's a bit of a weird coincidence that they show up now. But I digress. I think moving Nolan up and having him heal himself is probably going to be our best... I was saying something about best intentions, and, well, I think I know what they are. So, we gotta bait these guys in. And, oh, frick. Did my computer fall asleep? Okay, good. My computer fell asleep. I didn't want OBS to suddenly stop. I might need to adjust my computer settings after this, because I didn't know that my computer could just fall asleep if I don't pay attention to things every so often. That's not good. But yeah, we've got... I got 2 units here. I can't deal with these guys yet, and they're probably just going to go after Sylph some more, or they'll go after Vika or Moram. If I'm being perfectly honest, I don't really care. Moram is... I mean, respectfully, look at these stats. That is 46 attack damage. So... yeah, that's a little good. A little good. Moram was an absolute powerhouse back in Path of Radiance, and yeah, he's seemed to have lost his Demi-Band. It basically that was the item that used to be the Wildheart skill in Path of Radiance, but they changed how it works now, and he's a pretty good candidate for Half Shift later on down the road, but like I said, these 3 are weird. Moram is an absolute murder machine, though. He will do tons and tons of work if you let him, so you might want to. Vika's a bit more of a curious case. She's insanely fast, which means her Void is also pretty high. You're noticing 74 at the top, but her attack power is a little bit lower, and also having an herb is also just not great, but what's interesting about her is her growth rates are actually kind of insane, and she has a lot of room to actually grow as a unit, but for reasons I'll get into later, kind of a wasted missed opportunity. Like I said. And then Torma, the Tor God, as the kids call him. Pretty good. Looks pretty good, at least. And I think for this part of the game, at least, he's got a lot going for him. As a Fire Sage. He's also got the Celerity skill. This isn't a personal skill anymore, and it's actually very good. Moram taught him how to run pretty darn well. Also, he has an affinity bonus for this map. Why not? Just to incentivize using him even more. Anyway, I gotta run up to Torma with Soap and talk with him, because otherwise these 2 are just going to go absolutely hog wild, and I can't let them do that because this guy's got a Fire Tome, and so does this guy. And I think this guy has also got a Fire Tome? Yeah, so gotta keep Moram away from the Fire Mages, and I've gotta keep Vika away from the Wind Mages and the Bows. Not too hard, but I just have to be mindful on enemy phase. The other thing I have to do is, did you come with... You did not, okay. I don't remember exactly where, but I think in the next map, I unlock the ability to get a couple items that make transformation gauges easy to manage. Vala doesn't have to worry about his because of the whole Half Shift thing, but Moram and Vika do. That's the main downside I have to worry about with these guys, and speaking of downsides, well, Jill's kind of stuck for right now, making a bit of a Jill sandwich, but... Gonna have these 2 move up for now. Gonna keep the Iron Sword on Zahar just to make sure he doesn't do anything stupid, and... like I said, I don't have a sword user to equip to this side. In fact, I don't have a sword user at all, because my only one is Zahar, but... as long as I can keep... as long as I can kind of bait these guys in, shouldn't be too much of an issue. I think I will send Micaiah around this way, just because it's a little bit easier for her to make good contributions, thanks to the Fanny Tome. It'll probably wreck this guy in shot. Well, hopefully it will. I don't hope it will. As for the Cavalry here... Cavalry's here in more way than one, just because, well, that's a very handy thing to have. Ooh, there's that extra crit coming in. That's what we like to see. This man is a cut above your common foot soldier, and I love to see it. Radishax actually makes this doable. Do I want to use Sacrifice? I think I will. I'm going to keep my healing squad together. These guys are all locked to melee range, or at least they're a little too far away to hit Micaiah, but I still want to make sure I can actually protect her correctly, because, yeah, 4 defense ain't nice, Chief. I'm going to send Ileana up this way for backup purposes, and then we're going to keep Laura with this smaller group down here. Weirdly good level up. Nice job. Alright, and Tormod is in a little bit of danger right now, but okay, never mind, he's not. Anything you can do, he can do better. That sword was a bit of an issue, but yeah, honestly, like, the main reason that I just want to get these guys over here is because, yeah, I don't really want any of them to get murdered. Nice job. I think this guy's just, he's not dead, but he's gonna run off to heal here. One of the benefits of the Bronze Dagger is that that kill could be set up for somebody else, or Moram or Vika could just steal it. That's also entirely possible. Yeah, this is another, I'm probably gonna... Oh, okay. Well, that's free XP for whoever wants it. This is where this starts to get a little bit hairy, and mainly why I stopped. That helps me out a little bit. Bad life choice. Yeah, that's a... Like I said, he one-shots everything. You do have to mind the gauge, though. Praying to God Tormund moves first, and that's not what I wanted you to do, but... Honestly, I'm okay with it. That might actually be more EXP than what I would have gotten. Okay, good. There's that imbue coming into play. Okay, so... think... Axe... Ileana kills this guy. I use Zahar to kill you, and then I think Nolan kills this guy. It all depends on what Ileana feels like doing. First things first, though. Hey, Tormod. You! What in blazes did you do, you scurvy traitor? What else? What are you talking about? You grew too tall! And to think, I expected you to make sense. I have more important things to tend to. Hey, it's important to me! What I'd really like to hear about is the issue you asked you to look into. How did it go? I have news to report, but there's no time to chat. Think of the fight. I'll tell you later. Hey, try it. Okay, we're good. And because we talked to Tormod, these two joined up no problem. I'd like to show off Vika for a little bit, because, yeah, actually that avoid is really going to come in handy, but... I need to be mindful of this guy, because, yeah, fire ain't pretty. I'll see what I can do with Vika here. This might be a case where the Tour God or Moram just take care of it. Ravens are... I don't really have a lot of experience with Raven Lagoos. You didn't really get to use them in... Oh my god, that animation took forever. You don't really get to use them a lot in Path of Radiance. The only two that really were named were, out of the shipless pirates of the game. No, I need to call them. Pretty coy. Let's go ahead and just inspect this. Birdcrack Lagoons and Waveform boost fantastic speed overwhelms enemies. That was their main trademark, was they were pretty tanky in terms of total HP pool, and they were really fast. You fought them a lot more than you actually worked alongside them. The only one that you could play as was Naesala, and he was, like, considered the bad option out of a group of 3 units that you could get to help you beat up Ashnard at the end of the game, so make of that what you will. Moram, on the other hand, is just as strong as he ever was. The Green Tiger is on the scene, and he could have one-shot that guy, but I didn't feel like having him do that. The best thing that I can do with these guys is probably have them jump up here next turn, but in order to do that, I'm going to need to bait this guy in attacking up a ledge, which I can definitely do, like, if things go my way here. Ooh, ouch, 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 ouch. So I have to use the hammer here. There's no getting around it, but I think what I need to do is... You are going to be in range if I do that. You are not. That's going to be attacking uphill, so that's likely to miss. But you have 17 attack, and Zahark's resist is... Oh, 11. He's fine. Let's go ahead and initiate hammer time. Because that soldier thankfully doesn't move, and yeah, this is a cinch with pretty much any weapon I want, and I'm going to use the Wind Edge. Okay, calm down, buddy. I know you're excited to be kind of on the A team here, but still, calm down. We'll put Ileana right here, because... always eager to deploy people where they can do the most good, and I think yeah, that 13 magic is, that 16 attack is really starting to bite, because that's probably going to be an issue down the road. These guys don't move. Interesting. I think Aaron can take all these guys down on no problem, so... You can double that guy, but you can't double that soldier, really. You get the... That's a good show, I think. So they don't move, so I can probably do something like this, where... Radish... No. I think, honestly, the best strategy is to... probably do this to start. I'm not gonna bank on a crit move, but I am gonna bank on a big hit, which I get. Even with... Okay, well, Biorhythm's in neutral, so... I don't know why I'm making a big deal out of Biorhythm, because it's kind of a meme. Although, like, last map I really saw its effect kind of come into play, so... Maybe not so much, I don't know. You couldn't really say. So now we've got a good pocket for these two to kind of sit out in. And those Arbor Knights are dead. I don't know what the reinforcements are like on this map, but I'm going to want to clear out this alleyway as fast as possible, and I've got good units to really be able to handle that. Oh. Well, that's a bad light choice. Maybe not. He does a fair amount of damage, but Volog's got the HP pool, and I have to tank it, so... That's okay. Oh. Interesting. I guess that guy had to move? I thought it was if he died, but... Learn something new every day. He's like, guys, they're all gonna go after the unit that can do the most damage to, but I think Jill lives through all of these. She doesn't double that guy either, which is actually... I actually wanted that this time. She won't be doubling him anytime soon, but... God, I am getting a very... I'm not getting strength, which is annoying, but I'm getting defense out the wazoo, which is actually very nice. Aaron might double this guy, we'll see. No. In fact, that's probably that miss is probably the worst thing that could have happened. You're gonna go for Zahark and... Oh yeah, 6 damage, we're fine. In fact, this guy's probably gonna die in the exchange. I don't know, I might be overusing Zahark a little bit too much, but... I think it's okay. These mages are really annoying, so the sooner we can clear them out, that... Okay, buddy, calm down. The sooner I can clear them out, the faster I can kind of at least get the main priority of this chapter out of the way, so... I think once we get to, like, this position and we're dealing with the back half of the map, we can kind of take things at our leisure. Speaking of taking things at our leisure, V can take care of you. I can't go up this side, but I... Oh, that's because I need to be over there. These guys are blocking me anyway. I think we're gonna weaken and then... This will knock you down to 15. Okay, never mind. He's just dead. Somebody wants to stay relevant after all. And we got the door key. That's handy. What's your res is at 9, his res is at 11, but if I'm being perfectly honest, this is the only unit that Nolan is gonna get attacked by, and I don't even know if he does any damage. Anyway, we can just break open the door, thankfully. And inside... You really came to save us? Thank you. Oh, thank you. You have no idea how scared I've been. I'm so glad I didn't give up. We knew the maiden of miracles would free us. So, yeah, we can't use the door key, but X-Stain here, as this guy's being called, yeah, I need to clear the path for these guys sooner rather than later, because if I don't, then this guy will turn guys like him into chop suey, and if this guy doesn't kill him, this guy will, so... No, don't end turn yet, that would be bad. I need to find a way to kill these 3 now, or I'm gonna be delayed a bit too long. Thankfully we have Volig, and he's definitely gonna come again. Because ideally I would like... Micaiah, I think, can deal with this guy no problem. I think... Yeah, Volig has to kill this guy first. Because that opens up a fair amount of breathing room here. I don't know if I should have moved him. That's the only thing I'm thinking about. Regardless, yeah, no, this is a good show. Yes, it's at melee range, but it doesn't really matter because... You know, a one-shot is a one-shot. And there's Paragon coming into effect. 50 EXP off of that kill. Very nice to see. So, in terms of what I have to do here now, well, okay, that takes care of that. It would be nice if I could have given Jill the Paragon Scroll, but that's not really an option, so... Hang on, what's her resistance like? 3, okay, so this guy's probably going to attack Aaron instead, which I think I'm okay with, if I'm being honest. Yeah, because this guy's going to run away if he gets attacked, and that Iron Blade is... This may be a bit risky, but I think with Aaron's defense, I can get away with doing this. And then we've got our Cadre down here. So, in terms of what I want to do here is... This guy can't really do much, so we'll go ahead and... I'll go ahead and move back here and actually revert. I have to wait until the gauge is maxed out again, but by the time I need Vika, I'm going to be in a position where I can do that. Anyway, and before I commit to the document, that's what I thought. Zahark actually has combos with both of these guys. Former compatriots, after all. Hey there, Tormod. You're looking well. You're here too, eh, Zahark? Polished your mage skills over the last few years, I see. But of course, I'll toast anyone who dares oppose me. Really? Well then, why don't you take on the rest of the guards while I sit back and take a break? You know what I mean. Get back here and fight like you mean it. Zahark! Anyway, more importantly... Moron! Zahark, has it been 3 years? First Crimea, now Dayan, never a dull day. Still, it's good to fight with you again. You can say that again. Okay, it's good to fight with you again. But your humor is so... odd, but you know I feel the same. Probably should have said that with a bit more... Like, say something witty. Something witty. I don't know. That's what it reminded me of. And I can shove Nolan into the cell, but I kind of don't want to do that. So why don't you join the rest of the gang up here? Tormod's blocking that, but I'll get you up next turn, no problem. Oh, that's probably what I should have expected. Well, okay, that's gonna hurt, but... And it missed. Never mind. It did not hurt. Anyway, we're baiting these guys towards us, which is what we want. And wow, okay, 8 damage with that Iron Blade. You go, boy. I see you. Yeah, thankfully Wind Magic is not effective against Jill, because they, like I said, they ended up buffing Draco Knights for some reason. Anyway, now with the path forward cleared, at least, oh, that's not clear. But I can position you with a hammer, and I don't think this guy moves anyway. But no one's there with a hammer is kind of a just in case. Speaking of which, if you're not blocking the door... Oh. Vika dear. And I can cancel you after that? How nice. Such great synergy. Anyway, we can take advantage of that door key. I don't have use of... I don't even think the Dawn Brigade ever ends up in a point where they have to open doors after this map, so... Yeah. Thank you. I'm saved. I couldn't have held on any longer. I'm going to make a run for it. I refuse to die in this pit of despair. I choose to live and return to my family. Another ex-Dane right here. Like I said, their stats aren't great, but we should be able to clear the way pretty easily. I'm also gonna revert Moram here, just because I don't think I'm gonna need him at the moment. I'm gonna shove Vika because why not? What I might need these 3 to do is, I forget if reinforcements spawn at my starting location or not. If they do, I'm going to send them back to take care of them. Because I don't think reinforcements spawn from out here. If they do, then I'm in trouble, but I'm kind of counting on them not spawning in. And, ooh, that's what I'd love to see. That's the best buyer with a play. Go ahead and do this. Mikaya's not doing so hot right now, or at least on the biorhythm front, but she doesn't take damage from these guys anyway, so it doesn't matter. That's what leveling up resistance constantly does. She's not really an effective mage killer, but she doesn't take damage either, so it's pretty great. We're gonna do a bit of the old drive-by here. I just didn't want to. I just didn't want Jill to take damage because I'm gonna need her for stuff later. Okay, critical. That axe is very, very good. I'm really glad I gave it to her. Granted, Nolan could use it to pretty great effect too, and he has, but forged weapons are just such a good feature. This is what I'm getting at. Is that our turn? No. We still have these two, and if I'm being perfectly honest, I don't know what to use either of them for. We'll keep our escortees here safe, even though they just mainly make a beeline for the exit and that's it. Oh. Didn't see you coming, but thankfully that's actually pretty... That's perfectly fine, now that I think about it. This guy could have crit. Okay. What's a problem now is the fact that... Yeah, if I don't do this, and Aaron's still too slow to double. So I think I kind of have to do something weird. What's Jill's attack range? Let me see. Oh, 8 minus... It's -2 because I'm technically fighting indoors, right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's the extent of her move range, which is a bit annoying, but I think she doubles it. No. Okay, that is a load of... That's a load of Tosh, but thankfully we have people that can help you. Lots of people that can help here. Okay, so I need somebody to shove more forward one tile for this to be safe, because I want to heal Nolan before he gets in. The safest thing is probably... Oh, you have a longbow, too. Well, part of me is like, no wonder that he went forward, and the other part of me is like, no... I was gonna say no wonder he missed, but he didn't, is what I'm getting at. So, I think if Aaron commits with a javelin here, provided some weird muck-up, which might happen. Nope. Easy money. Well, easy XP, I guess. So now Nolan's in a position where he can bonk this guy with the hammer. I'm guessing... Oh no, Vega just has 6 move naturally, so... I guess I have to use Micaiah for this. I can't think of anybody else. I'm gonna rescue her with Volo just so she can actually join the fight faster. Could use Jill as well, but I want to keep her at the front lines as much as possible. And actually, I didn't even think about... Okay, we're not in attack range of the mages, and these guys are not going to even get close. Or they're not even close. They're not close enough, is what I'm getting at. So, I believe that, yeah, you get one shot, but I guess Biorhythm is just kind of biting me in the ass right now. No, not a problem. Like I said, just having these guys kick back and have their transformation gauges go up is really going to come in, because I could shift at any time, but I think what I might... With Zahark, it's too risky. I might have Marum do this instead, is to just bait these archers into going forward. Because the only thing he has to worry about is the Elfire Mage, and if I play my cards right, I can either get all these guys to get stuck, and then 1, 2, 3, basically. But in order to do that, I'm going to use Transformation Gauge to go up a bit. Tigers just inherently have extremely high attack stats, so they're very good candidates for situations like this. Anyway, I believe these two both have conversations with Jill that I want to see, but we'll worry about that later. In fact, I think I'm just going to end turn right now. Yeah, it's worth letting these guys escape, and if they hit those 3 tiles, they'll just leave immediately. So, your gauge is almost full. I might just wait one more turn. But at the same time, I kind of wonder if Jill's defense is high enough that if I just... Perez is pretty bad, but Draco Knights have terrible resistance anyway, so... Who has high enough resistance for me to really go forward? Zahark does. So maybe this is the right strategy? I'm actually gonna speed this up a little bit. This is kind of risky, but I don't really have much other use for the door key, so we might as well do this. Is it a dream? I could really leave this miserable cage? Oh, thank you. Thank you. You saved my life. Come to think of it, I don't know why these guys are wearing armor, but honestly, I don't really care. Anyway, we're in a spot where this guy can't hit me. Elwyn's a little bit scary, but I'm in a spot where I'm kind of okay to use it, or take the hit on the chin. I could also I can also move people into the cell if I wanted to, which I didn't even think about. Aaron's a good candidate for that. Because if a unit moves to the tile right in front of Zahark, then I can go ahead and take care of them. Anyway, let's have a chat. Tormod! If it isn't Jill. Thanks for fighting beside us. It's a big help. Ah, it's nothing. How did you happen to... An enemy! Excellent! Leave him with me! There he goes. At least some things never change. Yeah, he never does. That's for damn sure. Anyway, I think I'm gonna move Jill out for a little bit here, because, yeah, we still need to have a chat. Moram, do you remember me? Indeed I do, Jill. I'm glad. So, why are you in Dane? You'll have to ask the little one. I merely trail around after him. I see. I will ask him. Thank you for helping us today. It is an honor. Nice enough. These three never really talked. I don't think... I know Jill did not have supports with either of them, at least in memory serves. Zahark might have. I didn't use Zahark in my Path of Radiance playthrough. And my main Bond support, which I've been kind of mousing over, but, well, I can't see it right now, but... Anyway, it's not that big of a deal. I believe, like... Yeah, I think Tormod actually has a Bond support with Moram, which is nice. That's giving him the both crit plus 10. Might as well have Sov move forward here. I'm probably going to have him take care of this door down here. It's one of the few things that thieves can reliably do, and believe it or not, I'm actually going to check one other thing here while I'm at it, because this is going well enough to the point that... Let me see. I got the Master Seal last map, even though I didn't intend to at all, but... The, Yeah, there actually is something that I can get here that I kind of want, and it's all the way back where we started, or it's back by the door. So, I might have Sov head back there, because I don't know what else he's gonna do. We have the Mercenary's guest key, aka an axe, to deal with opening this door, so I'm not that worried about it. I am a little worried about... Okay, these guys don't move, good to know. And, uh-oh, that's bad. That's actually really, really bad. Alright, well, it's... ding-dong, ding-dong. We gotta move now, because otherwise we're gonna have a problem here. Or I could just move Nolan here, which... How much attack do these two guys have? 26 and 26. And he has 11 defense. That's a little dicey, but at the same time, like, that's better than one of these soldiers getting it. Catching a stray shot, so... my kingdom for a unit that we don't have yet, so maybe I should keep that shit. My kingdom for 2 more strength, good lord, that would be a safe move if... Just murder him wholesale. Is there a way for you to murder him wholesale? This seems like a way for you to murder him wholesale. Yeah, I'm not gonna one-shot him, so don't... Maybe do use the Killing Edge, actually, because if you don't take damage, that could actually help a lot. That's fine, honestly. Alright, screw you, game. I see you. Nolan could be taking a heck of a lot of damage on his turn, and I really don't want that to happen. So what I might do, actually, is... If I move Aaron up, they might go for Aaron and equip his, His Avoid is the same regardless of the weapon I give him, so I'm just gonna give him the best one for the job. They might attack him instead of Nolan, which would be good, because their other alternative is they attack Zahark, and I don't want that to happen anyway, but yeah. I actually don't even know if there are reinforcements in this map, but we're gonna position these two to pounce, just because chances are I am gonna need them on the next turn. In fact, I'm gonna need the whole squad, so why don't we move on here? I'm not gonna rescue unless I have to. And then, same goes for Balog, even though, like I said, this is the main impasse, is that I either have to move around or move up through the middle. I'm actually gonna have Soap swing around this way. There's a chance that I might have mucked this up, which would be kind of unfortunate, but... Because I'm a little worried about Zahark, because he's not the most durable unit out there. And I think he's going to take damage from at least 2 units this turn. Yep, expected that. Now, if you could dodge, this would be great. Nice. Okay, we're safe. Because there's a world in which all three of these guys attack, and those archers don't move. Okay. We might get done with this a little bit faster than I expected. The turn bonus for this map is actually pretty easy, if I'm being honest. Although it's worth missing the turn bonus just because it's more important to get to let the prisoners escape, because you get a ton of EXP if you do that. I don't know what I'm going to be using Jill for other than taking out these two guys. Because I'm fairly certain, well, we have more than enough resources at our disposal to make this guy quiver in his boots. So, honestly, I might be able to bonk him with a hammer right now. I can, although Nolan, that's not a good hit rate, and Nolan would take a ton of retaliation damage, so maybe not. This is safe, though, and I think I'll commit to that, and then... yeah, hang on one sec. I'm gonna... Okay, so let me go ahead and do this, because if Aaron crits, that'd be lovely. He doesn't have to. Because this guy doesn't move. In fact, the archers don't move either, which is a huge help. I forgot about that little detail. And of course this guy doesn't move, and because of how the game works, he's effectively locked to just these 4 tiles that are in front of him. He's not going to move off the C's tile, because that provides no defenses. Go figure. I'm going to go ahead and do this, because I don't want to muck this by accident. Because I think, Jill can take care of one of these guys, and Nolan can take care of the other. And then we'll take advantage of our Laguz units here and just have them do a fair amount of the heavy lifting. There's still enough XP to go around, even if Vika takes this one. Because we haven't run into any reinforcements yet, and I don't know how many there are. I might actually want to blitz the objective even faster, just because... Yeah, it would be kind of good to get the light. Even if it turns into an issue where, you know, other units pounce out of the back. But this guy did say that but the boss did say at the start that he was committing all of his resources towards Piranha's front, but... Yeah, bad life choices, my man. Bad life choices. As I've been saying pretty frequently here. Anyway, no big deal. Take care of you, and then... Honestly, Morm could just eat this guy's head. Just... Oh yeah, that's great stuff. That's really great stuff, but I don't want to do that. And I'm a little worried that this guy might suddenly become sentient, so we're going to keep our other units at arm's length, as it were. I could use Morm to shove him forward, but no. Zahark, you don't really need to take care of this guy, so why don't you come over here and help Jill finish her... We gotta finish the Jill sandwich. And I've been trying to keep Nolan and Zahark together, because having those two get a support going with each other is a little difficult, but if I'm being perfectly honest, it's still pretty worth it. Anyway, because these guys are dealt with, I can go ahead and... I'll probably use Balo first. It's a weird sound going on outside. Probably not a big deal. Famous last words and all, but... Regardless, yeah, we're all in a good spot. I believe this guy also drops a door key. Nice, okay. We'll send that with the convoy, we don't really need it. Crud, okay. Double crud. Alright, well, our boys might be in a bit of trouble. Might be in a bit of a rough spot. We have a tiger, so let's just send a tiger and a bird down to deal with things. Well, I'm not going to send the bird because it's steel, though, but... It's actually going to be a pretty good opportunity for Jill to get some XP as well, because I can actually have her fly back, and more to the point, I'm going to need Soap to keep moving. I want that coin. Now, I don't know if these guys are going to have a chance to really engage, because the big concern is if they run right, I'm safe. If they run up, I'm in trouble. But I think I can choke these guys out. I might as well have the old tour guide run down here to help out. Liliana can assist too, why not? Anyway, I don't really... Honestly, I think everybody who isn't Micaiah can kind of help out here, because... Let me think about this. I'll know what my odds are next turn with this, and then I'll figure out if I need assistance with that or not. We're gonna revert for the time being to Benfica, because we're doing alright here. Wait, whoa, was that... Okay, that was not a mistake, good to know. In fact, that might have been the best thing I could have done. Do I need... No, I do not. Oh yeah, and there's two guys here. You're the Liberation Army. I've heard about you. I'll never forget my debt to you. If I survive and make it home, I vow to devote the rest of my life to your cause. I'll fight for day and honor, like you do. See, Aaron, we are honorable bandits. Anyway, I'm gonna need to have everybody get the hell back, because... I'm gonna have Zahark stay put, because I might need him to help with stuff going on down here, but... Volug, you too. This is an all-hands-on-deck situation. I was curious when the reinforcements were going to show up because there were weirdly very few, but now that they're here, we're going to have to... Okay, they're kind of running in the direction I thought they would. That's honestly okay, though, because this is a little bit annoying, because this is going to deplete my transform gauge on Norm a little bit. Not by much, though. You escape. Very nice. And you two are going to start to make a break for it. Now, honestly, what I could do is... Whoop, nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay, that is what I was worried about. Well, Micaiah's... This is, of course, where biorhythm matters a little bit, because if that misses, I'm in trouble. More to the point, I actually can't get down here with enough people. So I might have to... I think I'm gonna send... Yeah, because Jill can only just get down here, and actually I need her help up. I think Aaron is my best candidate for taking on the boss, because this guy's got a ton of physical attack behind him, but Aaron has like 20 defense, right? 19, so he's probably our best bet. I'm gonna want supports to be in range, so unfortunately that means I have to undo Laura's turn here. Jill and... yeah, okay. So, I can get supports in range if I play my cards right, so... I'll equip the best weapon that I can, and then I'm going to shove Laura one more time. I'm going to shove Laura for one more time here, and I'm going to need it for Nolan and Jill to get down, because we have a bit of a conundrum on our hands. I could just kind of have Morum function as a delete key, and honestly, I think I'm going to do that. Bit of a tiger-shaped delete key, as it were, if that makes any sense. Vika, I'm gonna need to move. Nolan, why don't you jump down here, because you're probably gonna be of more use here than anywhere else. Do that, and then... Hopefully these guys don't run this way, because otherwise we're gonna have a problem. God dang it, man! Was I on the wrong tile? I think I might have been. Okay, I think I'm 2 tiles too far. I think it's on the stairs here, actually. I'll take care of that next time. Anyway, the other thing we're gonna do is... I guess I could sacrifice here, because I'll heal up with Laura next turn, but I need Aaron's supports in range, and then... Not bad at all. And then I guess I could keep Volog right here. He's probably better... He's of more use here than anywhere else, so that's probably okay. Yeah, and then... The problem is... I think I maybe want him to take a more forward position, because he's gonna get attacked by a lot of dudes, but it's probably gonna be better than having him lean back, because it keeps the ledge area safe. And then if he needs help, which he's going to... Although, I don't know. He might just take care of all these guys. I hope he has enough... If any of you... If those archers do more damage, I'm in trouble, but... Okay, 10. Okay, the soldiers are dealt with. It's mainly the archers, which, of course, are the problem, because they're always the problem. Yeah, you can attack, and I might have to run back, because he's not going to have enough gas in the tank to survive too many indirect attacks. And... yeah, okay. So I'm okay. But I think I'm gonna need Morum to just... We're gonna have to use our tiger-shaped delete key! Motherfucker. That's bad. I forgot about that. Yep, okay, we're just gonna... That's actually a game over. I should have been paying attention. That sucks. Because I think that forces me to restart the entire chapter. And that really stings, actually. Alright, I guess I was in it for the long haul, so... Yep, we're gonna keep going here. Actually, wait, when did I battle save? Okay, we're in an okay position here. Because I am gonna turn animations to map only just to make this a little bit faster, but... And honestly, if I'm gonna be honest, I think I'm gonna get the let out even more than I already was. Knowing where the reinforcements come from, and also knowing, like, some stuff about this... First off, we could just blitz him here. There's no reason not to. Yeah, if Volog dying is one of the... He's one of the units that can't die, is what I'm getting at. Because if he does, then it's curtains, and, well, that's what we call curtains. Speaking of curtains. There are none here, but... Really? It's here or here, I swear. I'll have him wait on that tile another turn, because I think that's the correct one. Nope, okay, I was one tile too... I was off by one tile. It's actually here. But, yeah. I do want that coin just because it's going to come in handy for later, but... Speaking of tools that come in handy for later, delete keys. Powerful stuff. Keep the gauge full because we kind of need that, and then I'm going to position units in spots where... Actually, wait, not yet. Just not yet. Because this is a pretty good use of Heart's time. Micaiah has to seize on this turn, so... And yeah, there's no way that I can have her do anything else too productive, so... We're gonna keep you here instead. I think I'm actually gonna have Volog open the door, because I completely overestimated his durability, which is a pretty common mistake, honestly, for this part of the game. Okay, so... Yeah, I'm gonna have Aaron jump down this turn because I think I need him more, and we're just gonna ditch the Wargate. Yeah, because they pop out here, so it's a good thing I battle saved because that saves us a turn or two of time, which is all the more valuable than anything else. Just to make sure he's topped up. I know Laura could do that next turn, but honestly, I'm a little bit worried about that. Poor God, what we got here? You can actually do a fair amount of good work, if I'm being honest. Yeah, that guy's got his... That guy's got biorhythm in his favor, but that don't mean nothing. He can't actually use it, so... Get our good units into position here. I'm also gonna have Vega shift. And we are gonna om-nom-nom on the door here. Because this is a better use of all its time than trying to tank 5 units at once, which is... Yeah, that was bad positioning on my part. I should have paid attention. We can take care of that, though, and then... This is a bit of a clincher, so I might use these two combined in order to take care of this. Because, yeah. Honestly, having Nolan chip isn't a bad idea either, because this guy has no crit rate, which is good. He only has 7 luck, so he can't crit. Jill's also a good candidate, just to get some chip EXP. That could be worth it. Anyway, so, your job is done. And then, yeah, I've got units in the right spots here. I guess I'll move Ileana down just to make sure that she can help out, but... Yeah. And then what I'll do is... Hopefully by the time I deal with these guys will move into a position where I can actually... Like, if they jump down here and I try to bushwhack them from up here, that'll be great. Aaron could get a ton of EXP from doing that, actually. Sounds like a really good idea. Nolan, I'm gonna have Zahark move down, because... I don't know, actually. I think keeping him up here is probably fine. I think keeping everybody up here is probably fine. It's the other units that I might have to pull away that's an issue. Because I was kind of... I think it's because they see Soph, and that's the first unit that they can really run for. That's bad, because that puts them directly in range of these guys who are... I could always rescue them. In fact, that might be the best thing to do, because Soph is gonna probably lure them right back into everybody else. That would be pretty clowny, but... Anyway, the Archer is the biggest threat, so I think Vika could probably take care of him. Oh yeah, definitely. So majestic. Nice effort from our Lagoose gymnastics team, as it were. You are the biggest threat, so you die first. Anyway, Marm's gauge is going to deplete next turn, so... Yeah, I'm going to have... I think a world in which... That is a bit of a problem, because... Laura is the most in danger here. Yeah. I could always crit here. I did not, but... Who is the... Are there... Okay, this guy can attack wherever he wants, so... We're gonna have to get you away, and then... You also need to leave. Go. Okay, so he's gonna attack one of these three. He's probably gonna go for... He's probably gonna go for Vika, because he can actually do damage to her. I could also use Volek here, and if I'm being perfectly honest, that would be safer. Good stuff. Alright. Now we can get out of this danger zone as fast as possible, because these guys are gonna swing around wide, and I'm gonna need probably Aaron to get into a position to intercept. Speaking of intercepting, there's a lot of ways that this can go down, but I think I'm gonna start with Jill. With a shot. Come closer so I can shadow your ambition like glass. I will beat you to your very bones. Just who rules this land? I don't know. It sounded like he needed a more noble voice. Anyway, this is a bit... I'm gonna turn on animations because we're fighting the boss, but... Yeah, the biorhythm is gonna really... That could muck this up, but if it mucks this up, Micaiah dies. Still, I do kind of want to risk it for the biscuit because it's the most fun that way. The alternative is we wait for Silk to get here, at which point the biorhythm will probably swing back in my favor. This is risky, but... I wonder if he has a conversation with Tormod. That would actually be funny if he had a conversation with Tormod, and that's a better use of my time, so let's do it. And yeah, you could roast this guy, and then Micaiah could use... Does Light have a higher hit rate? It does not, so there's no point in doing this. We'll just... I want to see if this guy has any conversation with Tormod, so we're just going to do this first. He does not. But, you know... Tormod getting a kill steal would be... with a 1% crit. That would be funny. That would be very cloudy. He doesn't even get hit. What an absolute chat among chats. There's always a chance that this could miss, but... Oh my god. We are the Daean Liberation Army. We demand you free the hostages, or face the consequences of all the ridiculous. And all of you pigs from Daean will be our slaves till you die. It's your destiny. What need have swine for freedom? Swine are happier being kept and consumed. If that's how you really feel, then... Alright, I have the reset them ready. Nope, no need. We can end this any turn we like, but it's probably worth skipping it because, yeah, that's 100 EXP to Micaiah. Very nice to see. I want her to hit level 20 before the end of... and probably before the end of this part of the game, and yeah, we'll get there. They were worthless, trivial, only scum of dead. How could that filth of... We ate Bill, that's for darn sure. Anyway, let's get people into position to intercept these guys, because at this point I'm outrunning the green units. Although, okay, they're gonna go the... Nope, they decided not to go that way. That actually makes my life easier. Oh, crap. Okay, so we have a couple choices. We can end the chapter right now, or I can get the heck out of Dodge with literally everybody. I can fanny one of you guys, and then... These guys can't really do squat to Micaiah or Tormod because their resistances are so high. So it's really a matter of... Yeah, I knew I pulled away too soon. That's a problem. That is a big, big problem. But it is an issue that I have a bit of a solution for. What I can do is I can kind of improv here and block these guys from actually... I would need to kill the... Yeah, so if I Fanny Tome you, which is more than enough damage here. Yeah, so I think if I clear out the Armor Knights, because they're the biggest threat, the Micaiah and Tormod can just take care of the mages. And I just need to pull everyone else out. Yeah, because even if this guy hits, I think Tormod has enough HP to survive this. And I think I needed to use the Hellfire here. Thankfully, we're okay. And we're actually in a really good position. That said, I don't know if it's because Jill's staying where she's at, and only one of these guys can attack you, so... And it's the guy I don't really... I don't know which one I would rather have attack Jill, but... We're gonna vulnerate it up, and yeah, I'm just gonna keep you there. Because these two aren't getting attacked, and that's the most important thing. I need to swing Nolan around here, and then Aaron can... 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So, you need to pull back. If I keep this way clear, then these two can actually help. Although I need to keep you here, which is unfortunate, because I would have liked you to get a bit more on the HP front, but we're gonna have everybody hang out here for the time being. I think I'm gonna keep Zahar here as a just in case, because there's a world in which, Jill fails to kill one of these guys, or... Actually, they both might attack Micaiah, and she has 20 resistance, so she's more than fine. It's actually... She capped 2 of her stats. Funny. I was kind of hoping she would do that. Trying to think of... There's a couple places where we can really go here. These guys are probably going to clog this area up, but... That still leaves me with more than enough room to fight, so we're just going to do that. Have Soth in a spot where he can contribute as well, and yeah, let's just end the turn and see what happens. Anyway, those guys having Steel Lances... Oh, that's perfect. I think they're gonna... These guys are gonna pretend that Micaiah's provoke. It's also probably because... Oh wow, they're both going for Micaiah. Well, this kind of feels like FE1, where the Lord just has Provoke. I think it's because they can actually do damage and they don't die on retaliation, which is the thing that happens if they target anybody else. Alright, that worked out perfectly. I got a cover for these guys, but I'm already kind of doing that, so we're in really good shape here. Alright, so I need to thin these guys out, and fast. Because if one of these archers is left alive, I can't have Vika commit. And Aaron doesn't outspeed these guys. He's got 14 speed, he's not outspeeding anybody. He does a lot of damage, but he doesn't really do anything else. You can attack any 3 of these guys, which... yeah. I could commit to this if the other archer dies. And I think I've got the manpower to do that, it's just a question of, doing it. I think because the boss is dead, I'm gonna turn off the animations again, because it's getting kinda late, and I want to make sure that I can end this pretty fast. This is good for chip damage. Kind of Ileana's main contribution, but how much damage defense this guy? Well, yeah, Leonardo would have done once, so there's your justification for the evening. I think So pretty easily picks up the kill here. since I know, I'm 95% sure that this is safe, and even if it's not, only the soldier's left alive. And he's less of an issue. I still do want to respect the Steel Lance play, but... Ah, that's always handy. Yeah, this is a very easy play for Aaron to make. I do recognize that I missed the opportunity to call his weapon the celery stick, but who cares? Okay, well, he capped defense, which is nice. He got speed, too, which is... Those are, like, his less important stats. I don't know what's going on, but anyway. He'll cap strength with bonus XP, and then... Has Nolan capped anything? He has not. His stats are in really good shape, though. Like I said, I would like it if he had... Excuse me. Had a bit more defense, but... I don't know who you target, and I'm very curious to see... This is a science experiment. It's science experiment time. We're gonna see who this guy targets. He's got 3 choices, and I wonder what he's gonna pick. Now, as for you two, I have so many good options here. So... Jill actually would be left alive if I used her for either thing, and I kind of want her to get at least one of these. Yeah, I'll go for you, because the biorhythm's working out in my favor. Actually is surprisingly pretty important. I know for the LTC run of this, which, yeah, I'm not even close to matching LTC based on anything here. Anyway. Well, you didn't level strength, but you got everything else, so... I can't believe my... Jill has gotten strength screwed, but not Nolan. That's very strange, but level 19 is about where I would want her to be anyway. Because, this is the last map before the finale where she's actually available, and 19's a good end. I like 19. And... Why don't we just... do this, because... Yeah, we're seizing, I think, next turn, because I don't think I can... This is the one area where Fiona might have come in handy, is rescue dropping these soldiers over, but there might be a turn or two where we're just waiting for the map to end. Everyone is in really, really good condition, my goodness. Nobody... At the end of the day, I don't think anybody's close to promoting, like... Nolan leveled up... Nolan is the one unit that is probably gonna get promoted first, but... We're gonna start seeing promotions next chapter, not this one. Okay, he attacked Volok, which is... probably the one decision I didn't want to make, because this gets me, like, no XP, but it's fine. Alright, so... You went into a spot that I kind of... That's okay, though. I'll have Vika revert as well. And we can have these two... Oh, right, converse. Laura, watch out for these slippery brutes. I'm here if you need me. Good to see you. May the goddess bless us and keep us safe. Again, not too much going on the conversation front, but I might be able to get that up to B, especially if I just wait around a little bit. The other thing I'm going to do, now that I think about it, is... Yeah, this is... Trust me, having these guys leave is worth missing the turn bonus for. So we're just going to be waiting around for them to leave, and it's going to take them an extra turn. Mainly because of this guy, which is kind of annoying, but it's okay. We can have Laura get a bit more XP by healing people up. And well, that did take 16 turns, but we are out of here. Thankfully, I battle-saved at a pretty opportune time, because, yeah, that could have been annoying if I had to clear the entire map again, but we're gonna do this now, because I think there's a hidden item somewhere, but we got the one that I wanted, so it's fine. See here, so who were those three, and where did they come from? Will they join my liberation army? They are my personal acquaintances from Benyon, and yeah, they can handle themselves in a fight. But if any more Lagoos join us, there will be problems. We've managed to hide Volog in his true nature, but with more Lagoos will surely get out. Any such backlash can be extinguished with proper punishment. Wow. Is he actually being, like, not racist? That's a first. But Lagoos, they're powerful. It's just what we need. By all means, invite them to join. Okay, never mind. It's back to being creepy. They're good friends. I'm sure they'll agree to help if I ask. But isn't the prince and not you who should make those decisions? Question me not done so with my words, or the prince's words. You need to understand it. Isn't that right, my prince? Yes, that's right. You should do as Zuzuka wishes. Speak for yourself. I'm starting to wonder if you're really the leader we should be following here. I see. I'm glad you see. Now quickly, go talk to your friends, and see to it you know how. How did you get here so soon? More importantly, how did the investigation go? It went great! In fact, we finished up so quickly that we flew here to back you up in case you needed help. That explains Vika. Oh, sorry I haven't introduced myself yet. You're Micaiah, I take it? I'm Tormod. 3 years back, Soph and I were in the Crimean Army, sorta. Fight side by side as mercenaries under Ike. Of course, General Ike. Again. I beg your pardon? Nothing. Don't mind me. So, anyway, what is this investigation Soph requested of you? I began to doubt that the Apostle, Benion's Empress, actually knew what was happening in Dane. At only 13, the Apostle may be young, but she's proud and upstanding. She'd never let these kind of things happen to Dane. So, I asked Tormod to fill her in on what was really happening here. This is what we learned. The Apostle noticed something shady about Dane. She was investigating on her own. She traced the ones pulling the strings to a certain faction of senators. Now, she's snapping mad, but without proof, she can't publicly move against them. The Apostle is the highest power in Dane. Even so, she and the Senate are rarely on good terms with each other. This was kinda hinted at in the last game, but I'm glad it's getting elaborated on here. So, she promised she'd help us however she can. She said to do whatever is necessary, and that inspired me to find you sooner rather than later. I see, so I can depend on having you three around for at least a little while? Yeah, your old pal here is gonna take care of everything. Just try getting rid of me. I can only try. What do you mean by that? You're as blockheaded as ever. I don't know about that, Tormod. I think he's pretty sharp here. That's so. He looks happy for some reason. Because he's reunited with my little one? That must be it. Oh, so. Ever since he was small, he's tried to act more grown-up than the grown-ups. I've taken care of him for so long, and I've still never seen him smile so easily before. Watch what you say. Comments like that, they reveal your appearance belies your true age. What are you? Among the Lagoos, there are those who detest and even revile half-breeds such as yourself. They call you parentless and deny you any Lagoos heritage, honor, or dignity. Take due care. Oh no. Alright, so like I said, we didn't get the turn bonus, but getting 2,000 EXP for having the prisoners leave is so worth it. Anyway, that is... we're gonna do the map commentary, and then I'm gonna leave it at that, because... yeah. This is getting a little long in the tooth. We're at the 4.5-hour mark.
Lagoos warriors led by Tormod join the escaped prisoners, and Dane's army grows ever larger. Its victories at Talrega and other key locations have strengthened its position. The army rides across the land, liberating prisoners from Benyon encampments. The Daein ranks swell with the influx of veteran soldiers, and the men begin to dream of the day when they may retake the capital. Like a fever, conflict grips the nation. The night will be long before this fever breaks. All eyes turn toward Daein's capital as the liberation begins what all believe will be a long and bloody march.
Chapter 8, Glory Unwanted. Or Bullshit is Unwanted, as I sometimes call it, because good grief. This chapter is not fun, depending on how it plays out. You summoned me, Your Grace. Jara, there is trouble. The Apostle has formed an inspection team. She's dispatching it today. Oh. I've arranged to meet with the Senate's Vice Minister, Duke Gaddis. If we ask him the favor, I imagine he could discreetly sweep their findings under the rug. But in the meantime, you must obliterate the insurgents. Once that is done, we'll devise excuses. Understood, sir. What's the plan? Will the senators be able to cover up this mess? If the inspection team and the rebel army ever cross paths, even the Senate won't be able to hide the truth. We'll lure the rebels to Shifu Swamp. We'll plant tales of a mass execution there, and they'll be sure to come. Then, we'll trap the malcontents and wipe them from the face of the land. It's amazing. My wound is healed. I give you thanks. I never thought I'd see the silver-haired maiden work miracles before my very eyes. Silver-haired maiden, help them. You must help them. Help who? What's going on? Calm down and tell me. They're killing our men! I beg you, please save them. Prisoners from Jode work camp are being collected in Shifu Swamp and executed. Not only Jode, there reportedly a plan to exterminate all prisoners in every camp and let the swamp conceal the remains. I've heard nothing of such a plan. A false rumor, or an enemy trap. It may indeed be a trap, but if we don't investigate, we risk a mass execution. And what is it? And what if it is a trap and they vanquish the Liberation Army? The dream of restoring Daein to glory will die instantly. The good of Daein's future, we must ignore this threat. I understand, and that's why I won't take any troops. Only myself and my old friends will go. But Micaiah, if you refuse them your permission, I will go alone. Stop right there, little lady. I will not authorize this action without the prince's full approval. Izuka, let her do as she wishes. Please, she hasn't disappointed us yet. My prince. Ugh. Fine, but I can't help but feel as if these children are running your army. Alright, we're straight into the base from this. I could do a bit of inventory management, but like I said, I'm gonna call it here. The one little tidbit I'll leave us off on is, who got the MVP? Jill again, that's kind of what I expected. Not really getting the level ups I would wish for her to show for it, but we'll see. She is in a pretty good spot, and honestly, promotion alone will fix her strength growth pretty well, and I might just forge an extra axe just to make sure that we're gonna have a pretty reliable setup going into the later parts of the game when these guys are going to be relevant again. And she's going to be a big player going forward, even if she might end up being straight screwed down the road. Nolan, though, I think is going to be pretty fine. He's actually probably going to promote this map, which is very exciting. As for everybody else, well, this next map, like I said, I call it Bullshit Unwanted because there's a bunch of weird, arbitrary rules surrounding the map, and because we're stopping a mass execution, well, let's just say that there's going to be some very peculiar things happening. Or we're going to have a pretty peculiar set of objectives. Regardless, yeah, like I said, we're going to call this here because I do have we have quite a few important items to go through, but we're going to be saving that for next time. That was only around 5 minutes of exposition, but anyway. We're gonna go ahead and... I think I'm just gonna... Colleague of mine just went live by the look of it, so I might raid them, but what I'm gonna do is actually I have to tap back over to OBS. There we go. Okay, so yeah, next time we're probably gonna finish up part 1. The next map is a bit tedious, but it's not as... it's about... I would equate it in difficulty to the last one, which was supposed to be a breather, and then somehow I had more trouble with it, but that's mainly because I made a silly mistake. Anyway, what? Why am I still on... Did OBS tab over correctly? Okay, it did. I just had to refresh on my side. Yeah, so... Alright, so let's find a raid target. We've got Farron, we've got... I actually... Ooh, Highwing's playing some Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey Redux. That's a very good game, although admittedly I find it a little bit exhausting to play, but... Yeah, that's a spicy pick. Smite's also streaming UFO 50. I really like that game, actually. That was my game of the year from last year, but... Yeah, kind of glad I streamed long, because there's a... Yeah. This is a good day to just really have a long stream going. I'm glad I could. We're gonna... I think I'm gonna raid Highwang. And we're gonna raid with, hang on a sec. Said that a couple times. It's a bit confusing, because that might refer to Resident Evil, but you know what? We're gonna roll with it. Anyway, yeah, for, like, MagFest stuff, I don't know. We're probably gonna... I'm probably gonna be talking about MagFest a bunch next time, but that's kind of the way it goes. It's gonna be weird. We're probably in for another long stream next week, and it might be on Monday or Wednesday, depending on... Because Monday I actually have something else going on, but we'll see. But let's go ahead and... We could... Actually, I'm gonna run something here, because I also kind of want to raid into Smite. In fact, honestly, we're gonna raid into Smite tonight. I just thought it would be a good idea. It's also playing Party Ass too, which rips, so yeah. See everybody next time.